Good evening, everyone, or good morning, depending on where you are, and welcome to today's show. I think when I was thinking after Sakshi, I was thinking about a new title, something that would be fitting for today's show. And Prakrishtatva really stood out to me because I think it really describes the nature and the quality and the inner beauty of the gurus that will be with us today. And before I start talking about Kishore Uncle and Vani Auntie, I I just wanted to say how grateful I am to have them along with Sujatha Mohapatra, along with Srikanth and Aswathy, be a part of this wonderful series. I think it's a really good opportunity for us dancers in this generation, along with everybody else that is watching, to really try to make the most out of it. One of the things that come with these online series is the ability for us to see more and absorb more. So I really want to take a minute to say thanks to everyone that's been a part of this. Sri Kishore Mosalikanti is a multi-talented artist, and he has earned a reputation as a formidable Kuchipudi exponent in India, United States, and in Europe. He began his dance career at the age of 7 under Padmavani Dr. Venkateshwara of the Kuchipudi Art Academy in Chennai. In the 18 years that he has trained under his guru, he has become an accomplished dancer with an uncanny understanding of the nuances of the art. Mastering the intricacies of Kuchipudi style, Kishore excelled in the important roles of his guru's productions. Understanding of the various components that constitute every movement and gesture in dance, which is very evident, especially when he teaches us. That a student should understand the art form on every level is one of his central aims as a teacher. The thoughtfulness and depth that Kishore brings to his teaching is also a marked aspect of his highly acclaimed choreography. In his own compositions, he has honored the precedents set by his gurus while seeking to establish his own unique style with the innovative use of rhythm and rhythmic variations. A prolific choreographer, he has already choreographed over 30 solo dances, several thematic presentations, several dance dramas, which were critically acclaimed by scholars, critics, and connoisseurs of art. His in-depth knowledge of music and rhythm and a complete command over the dance form makes Kishore Uncle a highly sought-after choreographer. Kishore is highly regarded by his students and teachers alike for his inspiring teaching methods. He has served as a teacher at the Kuchipudi Art Academy for 4 years, and he has also traveled to the United States and all over the world conducting workshops at established and reputed dance institutions. With an uncompromising insistence on proper form and technique, Kishore seeks to impart to his students a deep understanding of the art. He has also presented various group and duet performances at many prestigious festivals. He has received raving reviews for the same. In recognition as an excellent performer, choreographer, and an understanding teacher, Kishore was awarded the title Natya Visharada by the Kuchipudi Art Academy in March 1999, and the title of Yuva Kala Vipanchi by the Vipanchi Trust headed by Padma Vibhushan Dr. Balamurali Krishna in 2004. He has also been awarded several other titles, including the Yuva Puraskar Award by the Sangeet Natak Academy in New Delhi. His brilliant ability to lead the orchestra as a Natuvinar makes him a much sought-after artist by senior Bharatanatyam, Mohiniyattam, and Kuchipudi dancers all over the world. He lives in Chennai along with his wife, Padmavani, who is also a Kuchipudi dancer, as well as his 2 young daughters who are also training to be Kuchipudi dancers. Padmavani Mosalikanti is the wife and disciple of Sri Kishore Mosalikanti, and she began her initial training in the Kuchipudi Kala Kendra in Mumbai in 1995 under the tutelage of Sri Murthy, a senior disciple of Padma Bhushan Dr. Venkateshwara. She's a recipient of the National Scholarship from the Department of Culture, Government of India, And she has also traveled all over the world in order to perform and participate at prestigious festivals. She has won several accolades for her portrayal of Satyabhama in the dance drama Sri Krishna Parijatam. And since 2002, she has been a helping hand to her husband, and she has continued to train under him and also conduct workshops all over the United States as well as all over the world. As a part of her husband's ensemble, Padmavani has danced at various dance festivals, and they've also been giving duet performances. They have toured Russia for performances and conducting workshops all over the world. And I would like to invite CJ Kishore Mosalikanti and Padmavani Mosalikanti. They will be initially performing for us, and they'll be doing Sri Saraswati.
And Kishore Mosalikanti, Padmavani Mosalikanti. We both would like to thank Pranamya for inviting us to be part of this wonderful series. Let us not take much of time. We'll be presenting an invocation piece, Stuti, a composition of one of the musical conditions to some extent. We have adapted a slokam of H.E.A.R.T as a prelude to this song, and it is set to Bharatanatyam and R.P. and the piece goes into R.P. Ragam in the group of Ragam. We had many other pieces in our mind, in fact. One was suggesting Varnam and other beautiful compositions, but due to the space constraints and then with this COVID, we can't go to any other places. We are trying to do our justice with whatever the limited resources we have. Please also. ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृति सदा पूजिता सरस्वती भगवती विशेष जागमः विशेष जागमः विशेष जागमः सरस्वती श्री सरस्वती श्री सरस्वती श्री सरस्वती श्री सरस्वती परदेव श्री सरस्वती परदेव
Thank you so much, Kishore Uncle and Vani Auntie, for that beautiful performance. I still, I still remember the first time that I met Kishore Uncle. Back then when I was in high school, and we actually initially, I think it was right before I started high school, and we went to a performance in Hyderabad when whenever we used to go to India, we used to go to a performance, and then my mom took me to the performance, and then we saw this beautiful production and this choreography that was astounding. So she immediately went backstage, and she was like, "Okay, I need you to come. I need you to come teach my daughter." And I remember the first time I met Kishore Uncle, I was so nervous. I was so scared. It was in that garage in the old house. And I think over the years, they've become like family for us, and I'm so thankful for having him in my life as a teacher, as a mentor, and I really that's something that I think about every day. I'm so thankful for my parents for remembering to always. So coming back to the piece that was just presented, one of the characteristics elements that stands out to me, especially when I was learning from him, is the musicality in the choreography. The movement reflects the notes of the song. It's evident at the beginning of the pallavi, during the swaram, and so on. Can you describe the element of musicality and how it plays a role in your choreography?
I'm sorry. I was sitting down. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
What was your question?
Okay. It was, can you describe the element of musicality and how it plays a role in your choreography?
Musicality and the importance in the choreography. Right? For any dance, music and the literature are the canvas to paint. Right? And they are dancing for a music, a piece of music. Sometimes with literature, sometimes without literature, but music is necessary. Dancing for silence, but just for percussions is very rare and occasional. So I feel that music must be able to be seen, dance must be able to be listened. That's my opinion. And I think because of my inclination towards the music, I love music, listening to many stalwarts, mostly Bharatanatyam garu, and mostly to dance music, which was composed by Transcendental garu for Master garu. I somehow had a kind of an attachment with the music. And when I'm choreographing, I'm not looking at them as a movement. Every melodical bit or a musical sangati or the structure of the song gives a beautiful moment for that particular piece, because already the composers would have thought of that, or it's basically emotion of a divine soul who will be singing a song with one kind of a feel. May it be bhakti, may it be karuna, may it be veeram, may it be hasyam. And with that emotion, they got the melody along with the literature. So, not just sticking to the literature, if you take the melody and try to align your choreography or align your movements with the literature and the music, it looks as if the music was set only for this dance. So even those kritis were done only for dance. So that's how Master Garu's choreography have inspired me. May you take Marakathamaya, may you take You Have Come, Anand Tandam, all those things. Of course, Anand Tandam is commissioned music. So therefore, I strongly believe that listen to the music, enjoy the music, and live the music, and you emote with your medium called dance. You will obviously get that choreography. You don't have to specifically try for the musicality into the choreography. You will automatically fall into the choreography. Hold on, I can't hear you. Just a minute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your journey as a choreographer, as a teacher, and a performer?
You're asking the question to me?
Your journey as a choreographer.
Okay. My journey as a choreographer, as a teacher, and
As a performer.
as a performer. Okay. The order goes in a different way. In fact, I should say, as a student, as a performer, not performer, okay, performer, teacher, and choreographer. As a student, I joined the institution in 80s. Since my father was accompanying Master Garu on violin, I was pulled. I was attracted by the dance class, dancers, that I used to go along with my father and watch the rehearsals, and then I love it, and then therefore I got that interest, and then I had the blessing of getting the admission in Kuchipudi Art Academy as a disciple of none other but Master Garu himself, and for almost 15, 16 years I was just a student. I think after 10 or 12 years, I was, I think 10 years, after 10 years of my training, I was given small roles in dance productions, with the productions which I used to be watching with an awe. And also once I started dancing there, and then I started enjoying it so much. At one point, when Master Garu and Venkataravishankar, they were going abroad, they wanted a substitute to teach. Therefore, they asked me whether I will be able to take that teacher's post. I was happily grabbed it. And of course, Master Garu never takes such decisions very quickly. I think he has been observing me for a while when I was teaching. And therefore, I was appointed as a teacher in '96. Um, I love teaching, and there is a set pattern in academy. So I used to teach in that way, enjoy it. And after a few years, I had to come out on way of my own. And that's when I started learning how to teach and choreograph. When somebody asked me, can you choreograph a piece? I used to admire Master Garu. Of course, he was my idol and hero. Everything that he did, I used to observe and then like admire so much. So while he's choreographing, also I used to be wondering like, wow, how is this man getting these beautiful creations, and so many movements and so many ideas. So when somebody asked me to choreograph, I was so excited. Later on, once when I stepped into it, then I felt like a hard rock hitting on my face. Oh my God, it's like Agamya Gocham. It's too dark. What will I do? And then I looked back at the encyclopedia that I had, Master Garu's choreographies. I used to see how he would have done this, whether an invocation piece, whether a scene in a dance drama, whether a tarangam, whether a tillana. So I started choreography. Initially, I was like taking photocopies, like how Master Garu did Vinayaka item and invocation, that's how. And then how he did a tillana, that's how. So like that. But later on, I thought, no, that's not the way. He gave us the formulas. He was a genius. He was an incarnation. He gave us formulas. We can take them and try to put our own way, like our own methodology. So then I tried to incorporate the things that I love, Then I started doing Natvangam just as a Natvana to many dancers, including Bharatanatyam. I loved the way the calculation and the intricate patterns of the rhythm applied into the dance. Then when I introspected Master Garu's choreographies, I understood how sublimely he had these intricate rhythmical patterns in his dance. So many varieties, but which goes so beautifully into the choreography that we never get to see them very particularly. And that has influenced me a lot. And in my choreographies or in whatever the pieces that I have composed, I try to incorporate those small nuances. Like even if you see Sri Saraswati, the takadimi, usually we do takadimi, it's a common pattern that we. But when I heard the Sri Saraswati song, like the song itself has a calculation. Sri Saraswati. So when few things, we can go with the song on top, we can put one more layer and somehow finish it so that people who knows the rhythm can enjoy it, people who knows the music can enjoy it, and people who knows the dance, they can enjoy it. All together, all three can come together, and so these kind of ideas, once I started, thinking about it, how to bring in that the joy that I am having in my heart, how to bring that in the moment. Yeah, Pranamya, maybe I can see you. Seeing your face will make me speak better. Thanks. So, it is very tough to be honest out of the subject. Talking to laptops and cameras and we just both smile at each other is getting really weird sometimes. So, just a second, I am having trouble with me.
Oh no, I muted myself.
Yes.
I put you on the full screen so that both of you can be seen, because right now I can see only half of my auntie. So I can't hear you now. Kishore uncle, it was actually fine without the headphones. I had just muted myself to not interfere earlier.
Okay, no, it's not big. We'll bring it a little more closer. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so So when I started choreographing, that was my choreographical journey was much more longer, both my studentship and choreography. And of course, teaching has been my breadwinning source. Teaching in academy was different. Teaching solo dancers was different. Of course, teaching you ABCDs are much more different. You know, NRI students out of India, teaching them, not just American Indian students, but as well as Russians, Europeans. So when I was teaching them, I had to learn a lot, you know, how to teach it, because they may not be able to understand it as we understood, because we were in India, we have been, observance was the main mode of learning in Kuchipudi Africa. So then I have to, what do they say, dissect the item and then give them the anatomy of the item piece by piece. So teaching is one way, and choreography was much more interesting, challenging, sometimes scaring, you know. So that's how I had the journey of studentship, teachership, and choreography. Former, I should honestly say, I was not so keenly inclined to performances, because performances were like more of expensive ventures, and then you have to go and try to get the opportunities and all those things. And thanks to Vani and one of my dearest friend, Neena Prasad, these two people used to always say, since our wedding, she used to say, no, we have to perform, we have to perform. I never took it seriously, because I don't know whether will be good or something. And at one point in 2010, when we got an opportunity in Kalakshetra, then the director was Leela Samson. She said, I want your group to dance, but on one condition, that you also have to dance, Kishore. Then she was very happy. And prior to that, we got an opportunity to perform Brahmagana Sabha as a couple, duet. And thereafter, things fell in its place. So we started performing all over. And today, if I have to somewhere perform, it's like, yeah, together. Without her, I don't think I'll be seeing the performing arena much.
That's so nice of you, Kishore uncle. You know, I think one of the things is that it's so, each of the things that you do are they're all things that develop over time, and that they're all different in their own perspective. Like choreography has its own art, it needs that skill. Teaching is its own art, it needs that skill, and then performing is another skill too. So for me, I think one of the reasons why I really appreciate you, thank you, Annie, and now I can see you both, is that, you know, it really amazes me. It never fails to amaze me that all three of them are there in one person. And I know you're amazing, Kishore uncle. But I have more questions for you, but I want to ask Vani Auntie something. So, you know, you have learned from many other people too, and you've also learned different choreographies. So can you talk a little bit about some of the ways that you handle choreographies, like kind of like a compare and contrast, some of the choreographies that you've learned before, as well as how it's similar or different, and how you approach Kishore uncle's choreographies?
I haven't actually learned too many choreographies from too many different people, because I started with Sri M.S.R. Murthy and Mahankali Sri Ramchandra Murthy in Mumbai, in Kuchipudi, Kalakindra, Mumbai. So where I learned Master Garu's choreographies, Deputy Master's choreographies, which were taught to me by Ramchandra Murthy. And thereafter, when I moved here to Chennai, of course, I learned from Kishore sir and his choreographies. So basically, I feel, you know, let me give this disclaimer that, you know, not necessary that every person has to be a choreographer to be a good dancer. Dancer is too many things put together. Not everybody has to be needs to be blessed with a skill of choreographing. It is a very special skill which not everybody has. So if one is not a choreographer, that in no way belittles them as a dancer. They can be good in many other ways. They could be a better teacher, they could be a better performer. We have seen many examples where The choreographers were not that great on stage, for many different reasons, their presentability or their face or their body structure, because performance is too many things put together. Whereas when they taught their choreographies to somebody else, that person was able to do more of a justice to the choreography than the choreographer himself. Not in our case, of course, I'm not referring to our case. But so coming back to the point, when I learned choreographies, first thing, what is required is a complete understanding. And second thing, the two very important things are understanding and acceptance. You have to accept that the choreographer knows the best of what he or she wants from the choreography that is being set. Because a choreography is somebody's brainchild. So you cannot, with your half-knowledge ideas or your special ideas, it's like, somebody is trying to cook and you go and add a little extra salt because you like salty things. Then the dish is completely ruined. So it should not be like that. So complete acceptance, agreeability with the choreographer. So when it comes to master's items, of course, with master's items, we haven't been able to learn directly from him. So somebody had to teach us. Somebody had to decipher his items and tell him probably this is why he has done it this way, and this movement is this particular step follows some other step, and this is how the ikebana is knit together, and that is how the tapestry comes out, and things like that. So in that case, you have to agree completely with your teacher, the person who's teaching you. And when you are learning it directly from the choreographer, which in Kishore's case, all of us, we are blessed that he is there and he is more than ready to actually share his trade secrets as to what was the thought process that has gone behind it, and why has he choreographed a particular thing like that, and what is the end product and what is the beginning phase, So we are there with him throughout the journey of that choreography. So even if you have learned the choreography 10 years later, he will patiently tell you how he has thought about it on the very first day and the end of the item. So you are there in that complete journey. So, and a choreography, any item for that matter, involves a lot of things. It involves rhythm, it involves the bhava element, bhava, vibhava, anubhava, vyabhichari bhavas, and all of that. The rhythm section, the jatis, which have come from the 6 yatis from the Natya Shastra, which has been mentioned. So the person who's learning it should also have some amount of a knowledge as to how to dissect the item and how to look at it. They should be well versed with the grammar of the Kuchipudi dance form.
Can I actually ask you to give
Yes.
a couple of examples? I think this would be a really good time to really appreciate another layer of the choreography. You said that there are Vibhachari Bhavas and Anubhavas and all of the elements of the Natya Shastra. Can you give a couple of examples of the Vibhachari Bhavas that for you, things that have really, I guess, really stood out for you, or things that you particularly enjoy?
See, this whenever Kishore uncle choreographs, he gives a space for the performer also to explore and bring out their own creativity in certain aspects, certain places. There are pockets where you can do it. You cannot completely explore it, but there are pockets. So, for example, when we do this Durga Tarangam, and then there is the Sanchari where the Mahishasura and the Durga are fighting. So, the outline, the sketch is being told to me that, okay, this is the jati. On this, you come on the lion and you ride the lion and you come as a goddess. Then I'll come as the Mahishasura and I will challenge you saying you are so beautiful. So, every day is not the same. Each time we do this particular item, I think each time it is something different. Because the minute he challenges me and I look at him, the spark that comes to me, instantly the reaction that comes to me is not always the same. Sometimes I could be sarcastic, sometimes I could be little, outrageous. Then sometimes he has to correct me also that outrageousness is not the very first step. You have to keep it till the end, So develop it slowly, step by step. So in all these things, if you study it well, in every sanchari, the vibhava, anubhava, vyabhichari bhavas have to play their own particular role. You know, otherwise you cannot go to the climax of that particular scene, whether it is Durga or whether it is the Ganga Avtaranam, you know, in Shiva Shiva Bhava that we do. When the Ganga is coming, how the Ganga looks at the Shiva who's sitting in the meditation and says, oh, I have to put my feet on his head. You know, that reaction need not be the same every time, but it has to be in a certain grade, you know, it has to be, it needs to have a certain formula as to how you can bring it forward. So this is how I think I dissect an item. And then when it comes to the rhythm section, of course, not everybody can think numbers. You know, it's a very different play altogether. People enjoy playing with numbers. Rhythm is nothing but permutation and combination of numbers and the rhythmic syllables that we say. So to be able to understand also is a big talent. Not everybody can understand. You know, people sometimes just listen to it and try to memorize it and then execute.
Yeah.
To understand, and when you do it, it makes a lot of difference.
Right. And actually, I think that's a perfect segue to the next question that I have for Kishore Uncle. You know, one of the other characteristic things that I notice in your choreographies when I'm watching or when I'm learning from you is the element of math. I think that's something that it's brilliant how you tie everything into your choreography. So can you talk a little bit about that? And then maybe can you also give some examples of in your pieces how you've utilized the math? And maybe we can even talk a little bit about the jatis.
Sure. Before that, actually, she gave a very beautiful points for all the youth that you have been asking. How to look at choreography? What do you know? She spoke certain valid points which I felt like it is very necessary for the present generations taking up any choreography and dancing. It's okay, Pranamya, get into the scene.
Yeah.
We need your face. Okay, so the rhythmical aspect. Let's take just one piece as such and talk. See, many a times, why I got this urge about the rhythm and kind of thing, yes, many people could not see the rhythmical beauty and then the genius contribution of Master. You know, some people started saying that what is this, why is this like this, why is this like this. At this point, I just want to give this one particular point and go into my choreography. Taking H.E.A.R.T this one. I think we were discussing the other day. So everyone thinks like, oh, why in Kuchipudi that suddenly 1.5 speed? You know, like we do the charanams in H.E.A.R.T Jatiswaram. Jam tarum takina tari jam tarita tajam tarita kana januta tagun tarita tajam tarita dhana tajanuta tagun tari jam dhana tadiginatum jam tarum taginata. So the way they put the talam was different. Once when I started and thinking about it, because I was listening to someone's musical lecture where they were saying that in olden days they used to teach the varnams in Chaturasram speed and then Trisram speed. You know, Chaturasragati and Trisragati. Chaturasragati you'll have four counts for each speed. Trisragati you'll have either the 3 or 6. Then when I was looking at H.E.A.R.T Jatiswaram, Master's choreography, the first line Jamta Rumta Kinatari Jamta repeats thrice. And the second, third line, all of them repeats only once. So altogether, if you put, they become 6 avartanas. Anything that is 6 is divisible by 3, therefore it comes to Trisram in samam to samam. So for example, whatever I sang now, jam tarum takinata jam tarita jam tarum takinata jam tarita jam tarum takinata jam tarita tajam tarita thana januta tarita jam tarita dhana tajanuta tarita jam dhana tadiginatum ari takana. And what Master did was, even in the Trisram piece, he did not stick to the Trisram, he maintained the Chaturasram of that particular song. So a dancer can dance either the Trisram or the hidden Chaturasram or hidden Trisram of Chaturasram. So seeing these kind of, why I am giving you this example is, analyzing these kind of things in Master Garu's choreography, then I thought, oh my God, so much of rhythm is there. So much is there in Kuchipudi. Even the Madana Darud we do in first speed, second speed and third speed. In olden days itself, 3 speeds of a song. So then that made me like, okay, there is so much of rhythm. Why can't we use that, right? Then when I try to understand, thanks to my Mridangist Shri D.P. Haribaban, my dear friend Adit Narayan, we used to discuss a lot. I used to learn a lot from them. Keeping that in the mind, when I started choreographing, I incorporated the small rhythmical challenges or rhythmical permutations and combinations. For example, let's take this Amma Anandayani Varnam, which is just out of an inspiration from Bharatanatyam Garu. I just took that Varnam. In fact, this Saraswati and Amma Anandayani were choreographed in 2000. So it's been 20 years since we choreographed this. So when I took Amma Anandayani, the way the song goes, the start itself, so that Sangati gave me a cut. The musicality gave me one rhythm. So the start itself will start with one beat later. On Anandadayan, I did not want any rhythm. I just want her to go Anandadayan. Anandadayan, Akar, 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 so the start I got. Ta 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 jam ta jam ta jam ta jam ta 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 ta. So using that, I developed it. The second outcome, amma anandadayi akara ukara makara rupini amma. So we enter. And when I came, I didn't want this, since I was taking Varnam, people were like, okay, if this Varnam is done only in Bharatanatyam, how come you do it in Kuchipudi? That is not acceptable. So many they can say, but I took it as a composition, it's a musical composition. In fact, it was a Tana Varnam. So when I started the Jiti, I said, no, we don't want any Tirman. Because Ananda Daini, she's giving Ananda. Then I started the Jati. Even in that, mostly the Amma Anandadaini. Amma Anandadaini is kind of a movement repeated. Trikala Jati, at that moment I couldn't set. I asked my brother, he gave me one pattern and I said, we put this as Jati. He said, no, you change it according to it. I said, no, it's okay, you do it. And then we went into the song. In the rhythm, one of my Veena artists says, sir, silence has more power than the sound. My main artist, Sri Padmavani. So which has made me to think pause makes the rhythm more valuable. So once the Jati is over, I give a gap, and then what Bharatanatyam wrote was Akara, Ukara, Makara Rupini. So I emphasize that. So there you have to sober it. Knowing numbers, as she said, knowing numbers and knowing the permutations and combinations, understanding it, playing it well is fine. But where to do it? Does the song has the enough scope? You know, oka ginnelo, 1 liter ginnelo, you can pour 900 ml of fluid. Okay, you can pour 1000 ml of fluid. More than that, it will spill out. So you have to know where to give what. So in the Varnam, Pallavi and all, we didn't give much of calculations. And even there is a swaram called Ni, Sa, Ga, Ma, Ga, Ma, Pa, Ma, Pa, Ni, Sa, 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 Ni, Pa, Ni, 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 Pa, Ma, Pa, 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 Ma, Ga, Ma, 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 Ga, Sa, Sa, Ni, Pa, Ni, Ni, Pa, Ma, Pa, Pa, Ma, Ga, Ma, Ma, Ga, Sa, Ni, Pa, Ni, Pa, Ma, Pa, Ma, Ga, Ma, Ga. So beautifully done. When music is so beautiful, do not go and scratch it with your too much of rhythmical prowess. Just go with the song. Initially, when I choreographed it in 2000, I did not have another Jati which will lead into the next one. Like the Charana, Shive, 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 శివే మొరాలించిదే ఆయన చరణస్వరం వస్తుంది అంటే సాహిత్యం. దానికి when I had to do a jati, there I thought, okay, I wanted a jati. Like first half అయిపోయింది, and then I want to go to jati. Initially it used to be some kind of a tirmanam that my brothers used to give that will lead into there. We call in Tamil portham, like I mean combination or overlapping. So there I wanted a tirmanam, how to go, how to find a jati for this. Then when I was listening to Bharatanatyam, that varnam itself has given me. In the last swaram of that varnam, sagas nisagama pani sagasani bamani bamaga bamaga sagasagasa nisagama pani sa nisagama pani sa nisagama pani sagasa nisagama gama 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 bamaga sani bamaga maga sani bamaga gasani bamaga sani bamaga sani bamaga sani bamaga sani. He won't sing Shive, Sani Bamaga Saga, Sani Bamaga Saga, Saga, Sani Bamaga Shive, 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 and Bharata. So, wow, he's coming to those three Shives with Takatakita Tajam, Takatakita Tajam, Tajam, Takatakita Tajam, Tajam, Tajam. Okay, why don't I take that idea? So, I want that Shive, Shive, Shive as my pause in between the three, any Tirmanam into three parts, right? Tell me if I'm going overboard. Okay. So then I thought, okay, how to do a jati for that. Tajam, 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 shive, shive. So with the tajam, I wanted a tirman. Then, by God's grace, tat tajam, tatajam, tatajam, tajam, targ tajam, targ danam, targ tajam, 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 tatajam, tajam, targ tajam, targ danam, targ tajam, tajam, tajam. So first I got the tirmanam. So tatajam is my tirmanam chollu or both. Based on that I started the jati. So how then tajam tata kum tajam tada kum tajam tada tajam tada di gena tada kum tajam tada kum tajam tada kum tajam tada tajam tada di gena tada kum tajam dan gadi dingena tada kum tajam dan gadi dingena tada kum tajam dan di kum tajam dan kum jam tata jam tata ratta jam tata jam tata jam tajam targitajam targitanam targitajam tajam tajam ratta jam tata jam tata jam tajam targitajam targitanam targitajam tajam tajam ratta jam tata jam tajam targitajam targitanam targitajam. And there is a silence. So people, what we have to do is whatever the rhythmical prowess we have, we should not surprise always the audience. We should make the audience to, yeah, it is going to come, it is going to come. Yeah, what we expected has come. So, tajam, 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 majlo pauses. Luckily, my musicians are there, so beautiful. They join. Tada, 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 tajam. So people will know. So where to put how much of the calculation? Whether the calculations or the permutations of combinations is gelling well, you know. And there is this swaram, the first swaram itself, he has done a beautiful job. To listen it is very easy, but what he did is 1 3 3 3 3 3 50. That is for half hum. Tang 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 tang. For the singer it is very tough. On top of that you don't have to do anything. So try to go with those kind of when there is the beauty in already set, you don't have to put any kind of extra numbers. 6 minutes. Oh, I'm sorry. I think only we have 6 more minutes.
I think that was a really beautiful explanation. You know, I think a lot of the students that have learned from you, or a lot of the people that have watched you, we all kind of understand a little bit about like, okay, you know, Kishore uncle really likes math, he likes the rhythm, he likes that aspect of it. But the fact that, you know, especially in class or this explanation, it really adds an extra layer to our understanding. And for everybody that's watching too, I mean, I don't, you know, it was inspiration. It was inspirational to hear this because it gives us an idea about how much thought you must have put into it. It's, you know, it's not just, you know, I think we take it for granted a lot of the times that, okay, you know, we're learning an item, oh, it's so pretty, but to imagine what must have gone behind the scenes for us to get to the point of learning it is, it's just incredible. But I have so many more questions, but in the interest of time, I wanted to do a little bit of rapid fire. So these are just quick answers, and
Sure.
just for, you know, just kind of for fun, and then we'll end with talking a little bit more about your vision, and then I have a video that I'm going to share with everyone.
Are you sure we are having only 6 minutes?
I think we'll be fine.
Go.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll alternate. Maybe we'll start with Vani Auntie and then we'll go to, yeah, okay. Okay. So Vani Auntie, what is one of the things that you would put on your bucket list?
Sorry.
What is one of the things that you would put on your bucket list?
Bucket list, dance more and more and more. If I had 4 more years to dance, I would like to extend it to 10 more years.
Okay. Kishore uncle, who do you admire the most?
Obviously, Guru Dr. Empati Satya.
Okay. Vani Auntie, what is your favorite summer activity?
Summer activity, cooking for my children and my husband.
Okay. Kishore uncle, if a movie was made of your life, what genre would it be and who would play you?
Once again, if the movie is
If a movie was made of your life, what genre would it be and who would play you?
the genre would be dance. I like to play Empati Satya. My life, obviously, on my life, he was the man who given everything to me, right? His acting I can do, right?
Vani Auntie, if you could be any flavor of ice cream, what ice cream flavor would you be and why?
Butterscotch, because I love it the most.
What about you, Kishore uncle?
Sunday, all together.
Several different flavors, right?
Yes.
Okay. Kishore uncle, if you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go and why?
Where would I go and why? It's very seasonal. I can't say that one place. I love so many places. You know, for that matter, Salt Lake City is one of my favorite cities in US. And Switzerland is one of the favorite countries in the world. Venice is one of the beautiful places that I have visited. And out of everything, Kakinada, my hometown, is very dear to my heart.
Okay.
So I cannot say at that moment whatever it is. But these are the places, not one place.
Yeah. Vani Auntie, are you a morning or a night person?
I'm a morning person.
What about you, Kishore uncle?
Night person. We have white and black. I'm a night person.
Kishore uncle, what is the one thing that annoys you the most?
What is the one thing that annoys me most is the so much of time that I have wasted.
No.
Yeah. We realize the value of time. That's it.
Vani Auntie, what is your favorite thing about someone in the family?
Favorite thing about someone in the family?
Someone in the family.
Huh? I think that's
Someone in the family is what, right? What you're saying? Yeah.
A favorite thing about somebody in the
Someone
family.
in the family.
Yeah. Or your students or
No, family itself.
family. I think not one person, but all 4 of us in the family. Thankfully, you know, we are. There are certain common things, and I feel very proud about that. You know, the generosity, like, you know, trying to help people and trying to be more social, animal loving. Yeah, all of us, we love dogs, and there are few things which makes you more human. You know, it's very nice. So
Yeah.
which all 4 of us have, and I'm very proud of that.
Kishore uncle, can you describe yourself in 3 words?
Me. Okay. Picky, moody, and humorous.
I can think of many more positive words to show uncle.
Why do you think moody is not positive?
I
Excuse me.
think perfectionist.
An artist being moody is always helps him a lot. You know that? We pick the right one. We pick the right song. We pick the right rhythm. See positivity in anyway, anything.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's talk a little bit about your message for this generation and your vision. Like what, one of the things I really wanted to ask, and I think we have a couple more minutes, so we can talk about this briefly, is what are the qualities in students and to take this art forward for the future generations? Like what are some pointers from you, and what is your message for this generation?
Let her say that, then let her.
Message for the generation is to be more humble, be more grounded, and think about your roots. Have better values, be more, have more humanly qualities. And with all of that, I think that becomes the very character building things all these elements are. So with that, once you have a good character, whatever you learn will be handled well. We say patra. In Tamil, in Telugu, in Sanskritam, whatever, the patra is the character. Patra is the vessel. So it's a character which holds the knowledge. So only when the character is nice, the knowledge that is given to you can be dealt with better and can be reached out to the next generation also in a very pious way, in a very careful manner. So I think by learning any art or any trade or whatever it is, not just dance. So I think these are the very basic qualities that students should have, and then money follows. Once you are passionate about whatever you are doing and with complete 100% conviction when you are doing certain things, then money will follow you. You need not follow money. So yeah, I mean, life will be beautiful.
What about you, Kishore uncle?
Most of what she said is what I said it. And believe in the art, believe in your teacher, and believe in the right ethics and character. Nowadays, as she's saying, students, when they are so worried about performances, how they look, how beautiful they are, how famous they are, how rich they are, how powerful they are, how popular they are, the art is nowhere.
How to get more programs and how to get more awards.
Forget about this nonsense. They are all sheer nonsense. Only if you are really good, everything comes by themselves. When you are not good, of course, there are so many artists who are not so good but very powerful with so many awards and everything. But don't you know that you yourself will be talking about that? Oh, that person is not, that man is not even a great artist, but he got this award. So I think he might have awarded. Why do you want to go into that list? Might as well you just keep doing your work. Everything will follow. Be sincere. You should believe in the art as much as you believe in your mother. Right? You should believe in your teacher as much as you believe your God. And it will fall. Today, if anyone questions what you did is wrong, I can probably say no. I know, I learned from my master here. That's it, no one can say anything. Because he is there. He is my protective shield. That belief one should have on their teachers. And the responsibility, when I'm teaching my students or when I'm teaching anyone, I want them to understand it well. I want them to do the piece well. Not that I want them to pay me well. We need money. I'm not going to teach for free. Yes, I'm a white elephant. But what you ask for money is for your time or for your patience or for your irritation. But when it comes to teaching, make sure that any artist, whether it's a good artist or bad artist, rich artist or poor artist, whether a famous artist or a very, very unfamous dancer, when you are teaching, give them your fullest.
Yeah.
So be the sincere giver towards anything. Nature will, the universe will give you very generously.
I think that's a very, very important message to all of us in this generation. Sometimes we get so carried away with performing and the next thing, what's next, what next, that we really, we need that guidance, and we need a guru in our life. And like you said, the more genuine we are towards the art, and understanding that it's much bigger than the individual, as you always say, I think that's the only way to really take the art forward. Because when we have our own personal incentives and different ulterior motives, then the art suffers. You may think you're progressing, but it's really not what it seems like. But thank you so much, Kishore Uncle and Vani Auntie. I have so many more questions for you.
Yeah, I know. Thank you. Please convey our apologies to Sujatha Devi for exceeding a little bit. We are looking forward for her beautiful performance. And thanks a lot, Pranamya, for making part of this wonderful venture that you are doing. And may you do many more. See, knowing your schedule, I can't believe that you wake up at 4 a.m. and then do this and then rush back to the hospital and then come back at night at 9 o'clock and take a class from me, and then I yell at you, and but you still take it sometimes and cry sometimes. Okay, but so to do this, may God give you a long, happy, peaceful life filled with dance, and do many more like this.
Thank
Okay.
you, Kishore Uncle. Thanks, Vani Auntie. Okay. That was a really beautiful talk and presentation by Kishore Mosalikanti and Padmavani Mosalikanti. And next we have Sujatha Mohapatra, and she is someone that I have looked up to for a very, very long time. So when I initially asked if she can talk, I was so, so thrilled that she said yes. So a little bit about her. I don't think she really needs much of an introduction, but Sujatha Mohapatra is a distinguished danceress of Odissi. Srimati Sujatha Mohapatra has made a mark for herself among the present generation of dancers, and she has won the wholehearted applause from audiences and critics alike. She had made her foray into dancing arena in her early childhood, when her interest in dance was nurtured from an early age by her parents. As the disciple and daughter-in-law of the late Guru Padma Vibhushan Kelu Charan Mohapatra, the legendary exponent of Odissi, she inherited his devotion and passion for the classical dance form. 18 years of rigorous training under the guidance of her guru eventually molded her from a devoted and diligent disciple into a graceful performer. Her dance is particularly noteworthy for her strict adherence to her guru's style and her vision for her lyrical movements, which perfectly epitomize the grace and technical perfection of the Kelucharan Mohapatra Grana. Widely traveled all over the world as a soloist, she's also a leading dancer in most of her guru's great choreographies. Apart from being an excellent performer, Srimati Sujatha Mohapatra is also actively involved in teaching Odissi, and she conducts workshops in various places throughout India as well as internationally. At Srikanth, the institute founded by Guru Kelucharan Mohapatra, for imparting the training in Odissi, she works alongside with her husband Sri Ratikant Mohapatra to carry on their Guru's legacy. In recognition for her contribution to the field of Odissi, she has received the prestigious Sangeet Natak Academy Award from New Delhi, Nritya Chudamani Award from Krishna Gana Sabha in Chennai, Nritya Sagar Award from Cleveland, USA, Pandit Jasraj Award from Mumbai, the Mahari Award from Pankaj Charan Das Foundation, the second Sanjukta Panigrahi Award from Washington, D.C., and so many more. And I am so, so thrilled and so happy to welcome Srimati Sujatha Mohapatra today. Hello. I wanted to talk a little bit about this aspect. I wanted to start off talking about this. As a performer, you have become synonymous with grace. I think that everyone that is watching and everyone that has watched you would also agree to that. When we look at you from the time that you enter onto the stage until the time you finish, the thing that stood out to me the most is the inner beauty of the dance, and because you see with conviction and you convey with conviction, as well as the extreme amount of grace that you bring to the stage. So can you talk a little bit about your training experience with Guruji, and what was the systematic training like? And apart from the technique, what supplementary training did you undergo in order to become the performer you are today? Sujatha ji, I think you have to unmute yourself. You're on mute. Okay.
Now, am I okay?
Yes, I can hear you now.
So, first of all, I should thank you for doing such work and being a dancer. I have seen you, but maybe as you told me that you have seen, I have seen you in Konark Festival, but I fakely remember. But it's a nice question, that grace and how it is connected with Guruji and how it is connected with my style. First of all, what I do on stage, that I don't know. That only the viewer and the people, those who likes me, they say, they describe. But the first thing I always feel, Guruji's technique itself is so much grace. Because the technique is very logical and the grace comes through that logic. Because anyway, our Odissi style is very graceful movement and very sculpturesque. So when you see a sculpture in the temple, and when the movement starts with that sculpture, because first, because it's a visual art, when you see the sculpture itself looks very graceful. And when the movement starts with the torso, that makes, and in Odissi we have all rounded movements. So all that rounded, that circle movement makes the dance style more graceful. And with Guruji, when I came to Guruji, actually my first dance teacher is my mother, Srimati Kumudini Mohanty, from whom I started learning my Odissi. And then I went to Odissi, that Nritya Sangeeta Kala Mandir in Balasore. My native place is Balasore. There I learned also some of the disciple of Guruji. And then I came to Katak Kala Vikas Kendra. There also one guru, his name is Raghunath Datta, who is also the disciple of Guruji. So I was constantly started with Guruji's style. And when I came to Guruji, I was almost in that style. But I was not getting the touch of a person who is the father architect of this dance style. So that beginning to end, if I would have, because in Odissi we do have three dhara, three dimension, where Guru Devaprasad Das, Guru Pankaj Charan Das, and Guru Kelucharan Mohapatra. So if I would have in the other style, then to switch this style would have been very difficult for me. Maybe all is Odissi, but then once you start with a different technique, then to understand a different technique is very difficult. Because my mother also learned little bit dance from Guruji. So my starting point was also Guruji's style. So that helped me when I came to Guruji. So that is definitely one of my cause for my grace of dance, because I do not have to switch the style, I was constantly with Guruji's style from the scratch. So it helps me to understand the technique very easily. And the second thing, that when I came to Guruji, because it was a dream came true to me to learn under Guruji's guidance, because we we come from a village, like Baleswar is considered as village than Bhubaneswar, because it's a city, and that is a kind of, it is a city but it's a village type. So when I came from there, then to learn under Guruji, it was very difficult. But still, in Odissi Research Center, I gave the interview, and in the interview, I passed, and Guruji, Sanjukta Panigrahi, and Kumkum Mahanti, all of them were there, and I was being selected to be the internees of Odissi Research Center. And then in Odissi Research Center, I joined, and I started learning with Guruji's guidance. When the first class I remember, when I met Guruji, Guruji called me, "Hey Kali." Kali means black color complex, because my color is dark. So he called me. In Odia, we say Kali. So he said me, "Hey Kali, so where are you from?" Then I said, "I am from Balasur." Then he laughed at me and he said, "Baleswar people are not very good." I said, "Why?" I was shocked. Then I came to know later part that he had some bad experience with that, region. So, but then when he said me, and then he started working with us in Odissi Research Center. We used to practice for 7 to 8 hours, and Guruji used to travel a lot that time to abroad with many dancers. As you know, Sanjukta Panigrahi ji, Minati Mishra, Priyambada Hezmadi, Kumkum Manti, all the great dancers like Madhavi Mudugal, all of them. So Guruji used to travel with them. So there was a fixed time for Odissi Research Center where Guruji takes our classes. He is very strict in the class. Unless otherwise you do everything perfect, he will never leave you. And as a person, he is very polite, but he is very deep. Like he is a core teacher. He knows how to make a dancer. The first day when he came to make my Tribhangi, like in Odissi, we do have a very significant Bhangi called Tribhangi. So I was doing Tribhangi, and then Guruji came from behind and he just pushed my torso. In Tribhangi, we normally have 3 bends, one from the neck point, and second from the torso, and the third from the knee point. So maybe I was sitting properly, but my torso was not very much pushed. So he just pushed little bit, and the torso came like this. In that first touch, I could understand this Guru knows how to twist a dancer because he knows a body. His language is definitely very, very polite, but very, very strong in one way, that once he touched means if I am smart enough to understand that touch, so I understood what exactly he wants in my body, what is the shape of a Tribhangi should be. So you won't believe. Gradually, all this guidance makes the dancer to understand the dance properly. Once you understand the technique, once you understand a guru, and once you are surrendered to a guru, that however, because that was the first strike in my mind, that he is the only man who can make me a dancer. So to love and respect for him and appreciating his work made me a dancer today. And graceful because I am a woman. The grace is definitely there originally, but when you get a guide in your life who is himself is so much graceful, then it blends with your nature and it makes the dance more graceful. Because I have learned from Guruji one thing: however way you dance, whatever talent you have, if you are a very good human being, it also adds to the quality of a dancer. Because if you are a good human being, you understand much more. So when your understanding is better, you understand whatever you do in your life much better, and all can add to make you make your growth up, as I feel.
I can definitely see your love for your Guruji. Like you can see it clearly. You know, you have so much gratitude towards him. And I think you also raise very important points that we should remember from this generation. The feeling, the trust that you have for a teacher, and the value that you should give for every small correction that they may give. It's invaluable, and being sincere to that is what will help you propagate further
Yes,
as an artist.
yes.
Can you talk?
Because, yeah, please tell me. Huh?
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, I just wanted to add to that. Like, because he was a man of perfection. Because his nature is creating. Because he was a creator. So he was having the feel of a mother, because who creates, we consider them the mother. So dance is his creation. So once a person creates that, then that feel is there. So he is very much care about his work, his creation. So when he understands that somebody has the skill, he definitely is such a guru who understands a body, who understands a mind, and who understands his work, his way of teaching. So when he gives you so much of care, love, and technique, then it is more obvious to a student to grasp it and to utilize it, and to show it however way he wants.
I think that's very true, and it actually leads perfectly into the second question that I had for you. Can you talk a little bit about how he is choreographed on you particularly? Because I think some of the items were done specifically on you. So can you talk a little bit about that experience?
See, first of all, he has done the choreography, not so many with me, but when there was some dance drama and all that. So, in that dance drama, like suppose I'm remembering Ramayana, it was not choreographed for me, but ultimately it is a group composition. Ultimately, each of them, the like character, Rama, Lakshmana, Ravana, Sita, the deer, the Jatayu, all the character. Because that time all the students, they used to come and then learn and go. So Guruji is to choreograph with the students. And if sometimes Rama, myself was the Rama, and Ravana, he was my husband Ratikanji. Okay, so Rama and Ravana, both of us in the home, and Guruji himself was the kevat. And the other character like Sita, Jatayu, deer, Lakshmana, all of them are like school going, college going girls. They used to come in their leisure time and they used to learn and participate with that. So what happened? No, today Rama is always available at home, but Sita is not all the time available. So sometimes I have to do the proxy of Sita. Sometimes I have to do the proxy of deer, then Jatayu, whatever characters, the other characters. Sometimes my husband also does some other work and all that. He is absent. So in his absent time, when Guruji wants to see the character, then I become the Ravana also. So one day, this is a very like peculiar thing. One day, when I came to know that almost all the character I can do easily, maybe it is a group choreography, but I can do all the character very well. It is an Oriya Ramayana written by Kavi Shamrat Upendra Banja. It's a beautiful lyric and everything. So then one day, I asked Guruji, why don't you give me permission to do solo Ramayana? Then Guruji said, solo Ramayana, all this is a group composition, you want to do it solo? I said, if you permit me, then definitely do, because as far as I know, every time each of the characters, not almost all the character is present, some of the character is missing. So in that time, I have practiced all the characters. So why not I do, when sometimes in a program I have to do half an hour, one item. Then this Ramayana is perfect. I can do it. But only if you give permission. Then he said, okay, if you want to do solo, then I have to just switch little things, because when Rama is saying, Sita is spontaneously saying, no, you have to just turn and do a different character. So like that, when Guruji trained me to make it from group composition to solo, then as he has to switch so many things, that same choreography, when you see in a solo, it completely looks different. And I performed in Puri Jagannath temple, in front of the Puri Jagannath temple, and Guruji was present, and I performed that. And I was so scared to dance in front of Guruji that time, because I knew that when everybody does, my role is not very tiring. But when I do almost all the character, half an hour, definitely it is very tiring. But still, I could do it. And then after I asked Guruji that how I did, then Guruji said, yes, I gave you permission to do, and you have done it, justice to it. So now onwards you can do. So that was a choreography which was a group composition, and it was made for solo. And I'm the only dancer who is dancing till today that Oriya Ramayana as a soloist. And the other choreography, like there is a dance drama called Krishna Sudama. Maximum dance dramas has been choreographed, and because I was the character and Guruji was Sudama and I was Krishna, and that was a beautiful dance drama was made by Guruji. And I still remember when first time when I was doing that Krishna character, and I in one scene I have to hug Guruji very tightly, because when Sudama came first time to see Krishna, and I was little hesitating to do that character, because Krishna and Sudama is the friend and he is my guru. To make that character in my mind, and I am the daughter-in-law, so that keeping that all this thing in my mind and doing that character, I was little hesitating. But like he made so easily, he just gave one comment: when you are on stage, you forget who am I and who you are. Try to think how Krishna's character should be. If you are involved with the character, then you will never see your guru in front of you, neither you will see father-in-law in front of you. You will only see Sudama in front of you. So try to do. So that is a remarkable dance drama which was been choreographed specially for the group, but I was the main character. And so many things I learned by doing he himself as a co-artist. You will definitely like inside it's like the heart was like this, but outside I am the supreme, and I am the friend, the best friend of Sudama. So all that thing when we did finally, I remember in Toronto, we performed in Toronto. Still now, the people are remembering this dance drama. And when Guruji died, Guruji passed away, from that day, this Krishna never found a Sudama like him. And from that day, that Krishna Sudama is being half. It nobody can replace that place. So that dance choreography is always when he was there that time, and that was the last. So this kind of choreography he has done, which is very remarkable, and solo choreography, like especially Ardhanarishwara and all that, it is being choreographed for Sanjukta Panigrahiji, but then he re-choreographed because Sanjukta Panigrahiji has done when Guruji initially did the Ardhanarishwara with her, according to her body and everything, because I found when Guruji choreographs, when he sees the different body, the same item, he makes the little, I mean, not exactly changes, he modifies that, which looks the same items very different to the different body. So Ardhanarishwara, when for me, he modified that. So when you see the original choreography with with Sanjukta Panigrahi, and when I dance with that same choreography, there are many changes which looks good in my body, which was looking in her body in a different manner, because her body, Guruji used to explain me, see Sanju, he used to call Sanju. So Sanju's body is very different. He's very tall and his body is trained by Bharatanatyam initially, and then his body can take that Shiva part in a very different way, so he can carry that. But the same thing, if your body will, you will do that, it will not look the same. So I have to modify for the body for you. So this kind of choreography, what he is, I can't say completely new, but it is also looks new, because I think of beauty is joy forever. For him, each thing, each manner is very different, because he was a great creator.
What a beautiful message. And I can't even imagine the feeling. I mean, I have I've seen videos, but dancing with him on stage must have been such an incredible experience for you, something that you can cherish and keep for your whole life. And
Yes.
and especially to be able to hug your guru like that, and have that Krishna and Sudama relationship, that is something that is something, it's so divine. It's that's the beauty about dance, is that you can have these experiences, and then having that with your guru and performing with your guru. That must have been, i'm I'm feeling so bad that I've watched you both perform live. I think I was maybe like a
Yes.
little.
No,
um
but I mean, in Ramayana also, when Kevat Prasang he used to do, I used to do Rama role. And like, as you know, that Kevat has washed the feet of Rama, and then only he allowed him to go to the boat. So I also did that character of Rama, when I used to put my feet, and he used to hold the feet and then hug, and he keeps the feet here on his head. Just think how, I mean, definitely as a student, as daughter-in-law, in many ways, I was like so scared in the beginning initially. But when he will make you understand, he just gives very simple comments, and he will just say, never think yourself you are Sujatha Mohapatra. Now you think you are the supreme Lord Rama. If you think that superiority, then you will not see anyone. You will only see that I am the devotee and you are the Lord. That characters, that sense of emotion, will make the character more alive, and whoever will watch, they will never feel, because I understand after Toronto program there are many journalists came backstage and they asked me the same question. As a daughter-in-law, how do you feel when you do so much free acting with your father-in-law? I said, don't tell me, because I already had so many classes with Guruji, and I understood as an artist how much purity he has, and that he wants to share. And that also my one of my education, when I danced with him, so many things been rectified by being with him as a student and as a family member. His each and everything has a lesson for me, and maybe that purified my mind, my body, my soul. And like that, I can't explain what it is.
What a beautiful, beautiful way of putting it. Can you talk a little bit about choreographing your own works? And what is your perspective about choreography? We were talking a little bit about this the other day, so it would be really nice to share that with everyone that's watching.
Yeah, good question. I always feel, like until now, I have choreographed little, like a Jagannath Stuti or a shloka. Very, very rare choreographed. I did myself, unless otherwise a organizer wants that something new. And when Guruji is not there, and normally my husband also does. He's a very good choreographer, so he did with me like Savari, Barsha. There are many things he choreographed. So I danced with his choreography also. And sometimes, if essential and necessary, then I do some choreography for the students and for myself on spot. And if I have to dance for with a Kathak dancer, with a Bharatanatyam dancer, so spontaneously I have to choreograph, right? So that I did. But whenever I do the choreography, I think thousand times, and I close my eyes, I just think what this concept Guruji would have think. He has done so much work with me in my body. So what he would have, done. So first like I may smaran karti hu. I first think of him, and then whatever I do. But the other thing, I do not want to do much choreography, because like once you become a choreographer, then you want to do your choreography rather than doing a guru's choreography. Because some people, they would love something new, but I always feel there are so many things in Guruji's choreography which will look new to the people, new to all the studier, new to the all dancer, because there are so many things Guruji has choreographed in a maestro mind. When a master choreography does something, it is a masterpiece. To show a masterpiece, you need a master body. You need a trained body. If you cannot be a trained body, you really cannot fit into that. So, like when there is a good work in a good soul, in a good body, when all of them put together, then only the people will get the great rasa. Otherwise, it is not possible. So, what I feel always, that so many of Guruji's choreography, even if my whole life I start dancing with his choreography, it will be never ending. I do not need to do anything new, because let other people are doing new and they are going, but I would stick to his policy that let me digest a master's choreography, which can give me each day the new growth in my body, new growth as a dancer, and new fans in the dance world. Right?
What a wonderful message. I think it's like I was saying earlier, each time you revisit the choreography at different stages of your life as a dancer too, you understand a different layer of it, like the thought process that they must have put in, the incredible amount of research that they must have done for one single movement. So I think one of the viewers actually said that during this lockdown period, these guidelines are so essential for all students who really love dance. So thank you so much for sharing that perspective. One of the things I really wanted to talk about, and maybe you can also demonstrate for us, is some of the distinguishing technical elements of Odissi, such as the classic Brahmaris and Charis, that are so beautiful and that are very classic to Odissi that you don't really see in other dance styles. It'll be really great if you can talk about that and demonstrate some of that.
Yeah, yeah. So there are charis, brahmaris. When we do that chalanachari, chakramanachari, specifically in our Odissi style, the rhythmic pattern, when we use together with the charis, like chalanachari, chankramanachari, saranachari, begini, kutana, all that. I would like to demonstrate and little show. So when especially when we do some charis, it's like it helps to do the movement of your feet. So like as if chalana chari, we do in the same place abhanga and do 1, 2, dhin, tinak dhini ta, tinak dhini dhin, tinak dhini ta. And when we use in dance that chari, dhinda atta atta dhina dhinda atta ta dhina. The feet is we are using 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. And Guruji has used that in many dance items, especially in Pallavis. Like we keep the hand here and we have a specific bhangi like Chibuka Mandana. Chibuka yani chin. Mandana to make it decorate. This Chibuka Mandana also, it's a bhangi, it's a posture. So we do in many ways. Like this is also called Chibuka Mandana. And this is also called Chibuka Mandana. As long as I'm keeping my hand here and keeping the Dola Hasta. Same Dola Hasta with Hamshashya Mudra. This Bhangi is called Tribhangi. When we make our torso also, and this is the very specific movement in Odissi where the dance specially looks very graceful. And dhinda atta ta dhina, dhinda atta ta dhina. This is Chalanachari. And we do have a very specific Saranachari. Sarana means Anusarana, who one is going and another is following, like 1 2 3. So if my right foot is going in right way, my left is following 1 2. We have a pallavi called Bilahari Raga, Bilahari Pallavi. In that pallavi, we do this movement very often. 1 2 3. Ta hum ta drim dream ta na na. So you can see how the feet movements in the left side, in right side, and while coming back, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. How the torso also goes along with that, and the hand movements and the feet movements. So, because we do not have so much time, so I showed you two charis like Chalanachari and the Saranachari. As Begini Chari and Kutanachari, Begini Chari as if Dhina Kadataka, Dhina Kadataka, Dhina Kadataka, Dhina Kadataka. However, we do the speed movement on our heel. Dhina Kadataka, Dhina Kadataka, Dhina Kadataka, Dhina Kadataka. So I would like to say you 2-3 Brahmaris also. As we do the Chakra Brahmari, how we do keeping the foot position as Mandala Pada, keeping the hand Tripataka, and Brahmari, it's like a spin. So keeping that same position, and we make the circle. Similarly, in the left side, in the right side, and like a shape of a wheel, Chakra Brahmari. And Kunchita Brahmari, especially in Odissi, in Kunchita Brahmari, when we do Kunchita Brahmari, keeping the feet in Prushtadhanupada. They, 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 and keeping the hand 1, 2, 3, 4. So making a circle. In Bilahari Pallavi also we have 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So we also say this is also Taranga Gati. Like how the body makes a wave. So Chakra Brahmari, Kunchita Brahmari, and also Garuda Brahmari, Utpluta Parsini Begini Brahmari, which this one is described like how Guruji say Utpluta yani jump. Parsini Begin. Utpluta, when you jump, dhinna kadataka, dhinna kadataka, dhinna kadataka, then you take the turn, the full circle, dhinna kadataka, dhinna kadataka. So I would like to just take out my microphone and then just show you the movement. So in Odissi Research Center, Guruji gave this name Utpluta Parsini Begini Brahmari. And one more also he added to that in Pushpanjali, we keep the foot Dhanupada and make a circle, like completely we turn, and that turning is called Bestita Brahmari, which also sometimes while dancing in Odissi Research Center, he mentioned many of the footstep about like we have all padasthiti, like Jugma Pada, Viparita Mukha Pada, Kumbha Pada, Dhanu Pada. So he added to that also Paschata Urdhamukhi Pada, which is completely Paschata means behind, Urdha yani keeping up, Urdhamukhi Pada. The feet position is keeping the the position is up, and where we can show the Garuda movement. So all that thing is also he added, and there are some. He gave the name Bilagna Parsini. B means earth, Lagna yani touching, Parsini means hill, Bilagna Parsini. So this Padaveda name is Bilagna Parsini. He also codified many of the bhangis, like as I told, Chibuka Mandana. And this is called Upadhana. And Chayanika and Manjarika. Chayanika is like Holding manjarika is plucking a flower. And when we mix the movement, Chainika and Manjarika, it's like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Dha, tin, da. Ta, tin, da. Same thing when we do use in our Pallavis. There is no meaning. But when we give the meaning of the bhangi, then there is a meaning for the bhangis. Chayanika, chayana means plucking. Manjarika, just to hold. Manjarika. Nabhi sikhara lolita. Sikhara mudra, keeping in the navel point, is called Navi sikhara lolita. So there are many bhangis like Abanamita. So he has codified many of the bhangis, which is not written in Natya Shastra, but it is codified in Odissi Pathfinder, where he worked for Odissi Research Center, and he codified many of the foot positions, bhangis, which was needed for the dancer to understand his technique. I can't hear your.
One of the viewers just said that the more I watch, the more I want to watch again and again. It is so engaging and inspiring, and I have to completely agree with that. It's so nice to see you explain the tiny nuances of Odyssey that make us appreciate the art and its grace in even more entirety. So thank you so much for sharing those. The next question I have for you is Ashtapadis are so central to Odyssey. They are,
Yes.
and Guruji's choreography also makes the people that are watching, the rasikas, and I'm sure also the dancer, rediscover the appeal of Jayadeva's lyrical epic and the Gita Govind that was composed in the 12th century, I believe. And it was almost like a musical offering to Jagannath that Guruji has taken, and he has created this beautiful set of Ashtapadis. So can you talk a little bit about the Ashtapadis and the one that you specifically wanted to present for today?
Yeah. We know that Guruji is a master choreographer of Ashtapadi. Like I have heard many people saying that if somebody has seen Kelu Babu as a Radha, then they definitely would not like to see a woman doing Radha's character. That means he was so brilliant. So it is my fortunate that I learned many Ashtapadi from him. And today, the Ashtapadi I am going to present is Sakhi Hai Kesi Mathana Mudaram. Actually, because of the time I have edited, some of the version is not there, but it's a nice experience when I learned all the Abhinayas from Guruji. Because Guruji always says, technique can be taught, but Abhinaya cannot be taught. Why? Because I can show you and you can imitate me. But the emotion I have inside that I can share with you, but the experience only you have to do. And the life experiences is so much essential to do the expression in Abhinaya. It has to come natural. Otherwise, it will look technical. And that is something very, very important for a dancer to know. Because when you feel you are Radha, then only you can portray the Radha's role. If you do not understand what that, because who has seen Radha? Nobody has seen. We see our Guru, and when he does, we just try to copy. But when he explains, each time he does the Ashtapadi, it looks different. Then there is a question in our mind. How come the same dance looks different in different stage when he dances? Something he's adding to it, or some exceptional thing he is hiding. He is not showing to us, maybe not teaching us. That's why you are not knowing that. So many times we questioned him, but then he said, life experience is the major thing which also inputs in the dance. And being a woman, it is very spontaneous for you to do the sringara. If I just take a mirror and I look at this, but despite of that, Ashtapadi used to be, we used to sang in the temple. So what is the connection? The spiritual connection is there. You can do sringara in a vulgar way, but there is a spiritual way. When an Ashtapadi is been done in a spiritual way and being thinking as a devotee, surrender to God, that emotion, that dance will look different, and it will make you more separate, special than the other dancer who are going through the technique, right?
That is
So first, you have to think you are a devotee, completely surrenderness should be there. And second thing, how much involvement you have with the Ashtapadis, and what is the prime emotion that is divine. Ashtapadi is the love of Krishna and Radha, but it's not the normal love, it's a spiritual love, divine love. So when you are portraying that divine love in front of everyone, that has to be spiritual. Otherwise, it will not look Ashtapadi. It will look just an Abhinaya. You are a beautiful dancer, portraying it nicely with the technical lines of the song, right? So
yes.
that is something very amazing. When I learned Sakhihe Kesi Mathana Mudaram, it is complete, it's the sixth song of Gita Govinda, and full of emotion, love, and Radha is wanting to, desperately wanting to meet Krishna. This is the meaning of the song. So she is saying, Sakhi he Keshi Mathana Mudaram. Oh, my dear friend, please go and get the who has killed the Kesi demon, that Krishna. I want him to be united together once again. She wants the reunion with Krishna because she remembers the past, how she has met Krishna in her first, in the first meeting, how she met, how Krishna had coaxed, and how he has done the love with her. So she remembers all that, and very, very eagerly, desperately, she is asking, please go, oh my dear friend. I can't wait. I can't wait. So please bring him so that I can meet him and I can reunion with him once again. So this is the song meaning, and I have done it. It's the sixth song of Gita Govinda, written by our famous poet Jayadeva, and I try to do the character of Radha and how she must have thought of Krishna and why she is so much, not only she, but also so many gopis, why they feel that eternity love from Krishna. What is that? That is surrender, Samarpan Bhav. So I danced this dance with my surrender to Krishna and to my Guru.
Beautiful. So, this. I think this is one of my favorite ashtapadis that you have chosen to do. And for me, I think the music, the lyrics, the choreography, and the way that you have presented it, they're all synergistic. They all make it even more beautiful. And even the tiny nuances of how the thorn pricked your foot, you could actually feel it. I was like, oh no, for a second. So thank you so much. That was so wonderful that you have done this for us. We have
Actually, why? Yeah, carry on.
Oh, no, sorry, go ahead.
No, while learning this one, like, like when you are opening the door and, how when you go out of the house, the body movement, like we used to open the house and just go like this. Then Guruji used to teach, like when you are opening the house, and it's not that, straight you open and go. It's not like that. And how to open carefully when you open the door, and how you go inside, and when you close the door, how, like with so much of care, so much of, like technical way of using the mudras and the emotion, how everything should blend. It's also technical aspect, like how you open when you see a diya. And first time he tried to, like do like this, but then in the spit we do not do like this. So how she's trying to off this one like this with her sari. So all that thing, when you understand that very very keen observation of a person, how it has been incorporated with the dance, it is clearly visible.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. Can you also talk a little bit about the Odia Abhinayam and the piece that you wanted to present for today?
Yeah, that Brajaku choro asichi gheni nava suo tuni hoi. Brajaku, yani the village Braja. Brajaku choro. Choro, yani the thief. Asichi has come to take you away. So who is saying to whom? Yashoda is saying to Krishna, because anyway, Krishna is very naughty. He is not sleeping. So Yashoda is wanting to put him to sleep, and he doesn't sleep. So Yashoda is trying to make him fear in many ways. So first, when she is trying to say, she is holding the baby and saying, Brajaku, yani the whole village of Braja, the choro, the thief has come and will take you away. So please go to sleep. Then again thinking, he is not sleeping, neither he is listening. So when I learned this Abhinaya, there is a very good storylines behind this, because I was just married, but I was not having baby. And this Brajakuchura is completely describing the childhood of Krishna, who is not sleeping, and a mother, the relationship between the mother and the son, that Baschalya Rasa. And I do not have, like, I am definitely a dancer, but I do not have any experience of holding a kid, or like I'm like not in life experience, daily to daily life. So this is also one lesson of Guruji, how the personal experience, life experience also helps you when you do an abhinaya, and it reflects on your dance. A mother, however way, even if she gets very angry also, she cannot throw a child, right? Because it's the careness of a person, a careness of a mother. So in the beginning, when I used to do braja kuchara, when the kid has to be in down, then sorry, just 1 second. Mhm. The kid has to be like he's putting the baby down in the floor. That time I was keeping the baby like this. So Guruji said, "What you are keeping?" I said, "Baby." He said, "One day when you will be a mother, you will understand, even if the baby is hitting you, still you cannot put the child like this." So that was always in my mind, but I have learned that item with the technically. And I remember when I become a mother, and Pritisha, my daughter, when I was feeding her, and when one time she was like not eating and I was getting disturbed, then I was just keeping her like this, and then she was holding my hand. That touch of that hand, and that my way of pushing, and her hand when she touched me like this, it is like a current. It is like a, like you can completely understand what that feel is. That time, immediately I recalled what Guruji told me. So from that day, however way, whenever I performed this Brajaku Choro, every time I understood what a maestro wants to mention in the dance, and what I never understood, and what personal life experience, the input of life experience, how makes the dance item so much lively. That's why today I chose this Oriya Abhina especially to dance. And it's a very nice way, like when we say Sanchari. If the style line is like one line, like Braja Kuchoro Asichi Gheni Naba, so that is the first line where the meaning is like the thief will come and take you. That can be one variation. But Guruji has done many ways. Like the big elephant will come, will grab you and take you. The big eagle will come and also hold you and it will take you. All that is there. And also another thing is there. One line is when she is seeing Krishna is pretending, then holding the child and asking, K means who? Sikhai dela, who taught you all this drama? However, you are pretending, as if I have hit you so much, but I have not even touched you. But you are crying so much and showing the body language as if somebody has beaten you very badly. So K Sikhai Dela. And Mother Yashoda is saying, your eyes, when you are blinking the eyes, how you are blinking as if you are so innocent. So various ways Guruji has, like choreographed. Is Guruji's all choreography is the masterpiece choreography. That's Sakhiya Ashtapadi, what I danced that previous. That was initially the choreograph for Srimati Kumkum Mahanti, who was the chief executive of Odissi Research Center, one of the great disciple of Guruji. Guruji has choreographed many Ashtapadis on her. So that was that Ashtapadi. And this Brajakuchura is one of my favorite Odia Abhinaya, and being an Oriya person dancing Odissi and Odia literary, I have done my master in Oriya language. So all that is a blend to my art, and so I love this Odia Abhinaya, and I can show you.
Thank you so much for sharing that beautiful, beautiful piece with us. I think we're all so blessed to get so much knowledge from you today. All the vision and the message that you have shared with us is everything about that was so divine and so wonderful. And the pieces that were performed were so apt. And I think from the viewers too, this is, we can't think of a better way to spend our time than watching you and watching Kishore Garu and Vanu Auntie. And I'm so thankful for this. Thank you so much again, Sujatha ma'am.
Thank you so much for doing this. And I would like to thank all of them. I mean, Kishore and his wife and all the artists. I definitely know them personally, and I'm also today with them. And I'm so happy to be here. And in this situation of the world, still we could do something and we could make the viewer happy. We could make the students to know about the guru and students relationship, which is very important nowadays. Because when you go away from guru, then you leave everything. It's not true. You are always with the guru, and he is always with you in your mind and soul, and your work is their life and your life, so you have to make it always alive.
What a wonderful concluding note. Thank you so much again. It was such a pleasure having you here with us.
Thank you.
The next, that was such a memorable performance. Both of them, Kishore uncle and Vani auntie and Sujatha ma'am, like I think they're been role models for me for such a long time, and I'm equally delighted to present our next performers, Srikanth and Srikanth Anna and Aswathy Akka, and they have carved a niche for themselves in the world of Bharatanatyam with their unique performance style and choreographic prowess. Both are very strong soloists who started performing together in 2001. In the course of just a decade, their performances have, and a little bit more than a decade, their performances have won them critical and popular acclaim all around the world. Since the age of 6, Srikanth has been at home on the stage, first as an actor in the Bhagwat Mela dance drama of Melatur in Tamil Nadu, and then also as a dancer in the tradition of Bharatanatyam. He has trained under many, many gurus, and I'm sure he's going to explain a little bit more about that. And he's also performed with leading dancers such as the Dhananjayans, the Narasimhacharis, Chitra Vishweshwaran, Lakshmi Vishwanathan, and so on. And in the all-male Bhagavata Mela, he has specialized in performing the female roles such as Sita, Devaki, and so on, which I think is very interesting, and it really shows the completeness of an artist to be able to do any character in any role. The perfection that Srikanth Anna has attained in these roles and in his dance has won him accolades from those who have experienced his performances. He successfully balances and makes effective use of the Lasya and Tandava aspects in his dance, choreography, and innovations, which we will see today. Srikanth is a visiting professor in the Kerala Kalamandalam Deemed University. He's also awarded the Junior Fellowship instituted by the Department of Culture in New Delhi. Aswathy Akka has started her training under her mother, the renowned dancer Srimati Kalamandalam Saraswati, at the tender age of 4, and she gave her first performance at just the age of 7. She is trained in 3 forms of dance: Bharatanatyam, Mohiniyattam, and Kuchipudi. Aswathy Akka started training in Bharatanatyam under Srikanth Anna in 1999, and she now specializes in Bharatanatyam, the art which she believes has given her freedom and the strength to explore is beyond the horizon. Aswathy Akka's dance has a unique sensibility replete with innovative choreographic skills and uncompromising adherence to tradition. Aswathy Akka has had formal training in Carnatic music, and being the daughter of the legendary Malayalam writer and awards, many prestigious awardee, M.T. Vasudevan Nair. Aswathy Akka also has a flair for writing and is known for her articles on her artistic experiences. Her literary background also adds depth to her understanding of Natya, which I think is very interesting and very necessary. Srikanth Anna has been the recipient of the Junior Fellowship, as I talked about, and he's also an empaneled artist of ICCR. Aswathy Akka was awarded the Senior Scholarship of the Department of Culture. Both are A-grade artists of Doordarshan, and they together have directed and performed in all over the world, and they have also released a DVD, Kavadi Chindu. and also the Vedas and Hastas of Bharatanatyam and Mohiniyattam and Aduvus, along with other DVDs. They both are equally adept at Natuvangam and now are engaging in passing on their legacy through their students of Nityalaya School of Classical Dance, and that's functioning in Kerala. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce the city's name. They also have a strong student base in the United States where they conduct workshops and summer residency programs annually. They've choreographed and presented a number of dance productions in the US using their local talents. Together, they have performed and conducted workshops at the prestigious Cleveland Tyagaraja Aradhana Festival in 2009. And I'm very, very happy to welcome them today. So,
Namaste.
Namaste.
I'm Srikanth.
I'm Aswathy.
At the outset, I would like to thank Pranamya for organizing a series of meaningful events. Thank you so much. And we've been following all the programs that's been conducted by you.
Thank you.
The topic we've chosen today, since we are a bit delayed to start, so we'll just straight plunge into the subject. The subject we've chosen today is Margam, its contents, history, and the possibilities. A few thoughts cross my mind as I'm talking to you. I'm one of those fortunate ones to have been initiated into art at a very young age, first as an actor in the Bhagavatamela tradition, and later started learning Bharatanatyam under Pandanaloshi Shanmukasundaram Pillai, a traditional Nattuvanar, under whom I learned the basics for about 2 years and an entire Margam starting from Alaripur till Tillana. To think of it, my guru never gotten up even once to demonstrate an adavu or abhinaya. I still wonder how he could teach a boy of barely 8 years old all the basics and an entire margam. We're just sitting in the floor and with his katakuchi on and singing, he could do this wonder. Today we talk of body kinetics, physicality of dance, warm-ups and cool down and all those things. With all that, students question us and the teacher is expected to answer their questions at the tip of their fingers. Still, we get up and dance. Still, we don't, the result is not as expected. Many a time, I would say. Another thought is, these are things that I'm just randomly I'm putting forth. So viewers, if you're around, if you can share your thoughts on these, that would be really welcomed. And it'll definitely further our knowledge in the field of Bharatanatyam. There are these great legends in their 80s and 70s, like Yamini Krishnamurti ji, Sonal Mansingh ji, Pandit Birju Maharaj ji, Dr. Vaijayanti Mala, my guru, Dr. Padma Subramaniam, Chitra Vishweshwan, Sudharani Raghupati ji, the Dhananjayans, and the CVC sir. So many of them performing so comfortably at their age. Their Angashuddham is good. They can sit comfortably and they have a knack to communicate ideas across even at this age. With all analytical thing that we do, we do so much, as I said earlier, warm-ups and cool down and whatnot to prepare ourselves for the program. Why this generation is suffering from all kinds of aches and pains. These are just random thoughts. I'm just asking viewers, if you have points, you can always post your comments. I do believe in whatever I have learned from my gurus, I should retain and possible follow in my choreography. So I do adapt a few things categorically. To give you an example, this is very basic, but I'll just tell you. In the Varnam, the first Charanaswaram is always used to start with the ettadavu or the pakkadavu, we say, where we stretch our legs towards corner and lunge forward. This is like a pattern that they followed meticulously in all the Varnams that they teach or choreograph. Now, I don't know if there is a reason behind why they did what they did, but Times have changed, things are evolving, I don't know for good or bad, but I do personally feel that we should retain some of these beautiful gifts given to us by our gurus, and be able to share it to the next generation, so there is some sort of a continuity and the um, tradition continues, or it's such a great gift that we received from them. And I think it's not just passing on. I think it's a moral responsibility as teachers and choreographers that we do retain and then share some of these ideas with the next generation. With those few words, as I said earlier, these are random thoughts, and do post your comments. Over to Aswathy on the history of Margam.
I'm sure many dancers who are watching this would know, but this is for the benefit of the younger generation. We decided to talk about the Margam. The Margam is the term usually used to refer to the repertoire or the set of items performed in a kacheri of Bharatanatyam. Before I begin the historical roots of Margam, I would like to make a couple of points. The dance, the performing art tradition in India is said to have come from three different traditions. One is the dance tradition, one is the dance drama tradition, and the other is the drama tradition or the theatre tradition. And the dance tradition has had compositions which have been influenced by certain practices. For example, ritualistic practices related to the temples, folk practices, court practices, and of course, festive practices. One of the earliest examples of the Margam can be found in the 2nd century Tamil epic poem, Chilapadikaram of Ilango Adigal, where Madhavi, the dancer, who is also the central character, performs the Padinoradal. She performed 11 items in her first debut performance. And with the advent of the Nayak and Chola dynasties, dance came to be centered more around courts and temples. And the Devadasis performed in the temples as part of the daily puja as well as the festive occasions. And the performance gradually came to be called as Chinnamelam or Sadir. The Maratha rule, when it came, was considered as a Renaissance period of arts in South India. And the Maratha kings composed Nirupanas. Now, Nirupanas are a set of songs meant to be performed. They were called as Natya Prabandhas, and these could very well be considered as the immediate predecessor of the Sadir Margam, of the modern Margam, sorry. And the Nirupanas were 18 in number. And I'll just give you the names. They were Jaya Jaya, Sharanu, Alaru, Sollu, Shabda, Varna, Pada, Swarajati, Abhinaya Pada, Tilana, Arjita Pada, Jakini, Gita, Prabandha, Triputa, Shloka Varna, Kauta, and Mangalam. So from the names itself, it is very evident how much the items that we normally see in the Margam would have come from those roots, the roots of the Nirupana. First, we will have, generally the Margam is divided into two parts, the Purvangam or the first half, which includes Alaripa, invocatory items like Alaripa, Pushpanjali, Tode, Mangalam, etc., Jatiswaram, Shabdam, and Varnam. And then the second half, which consists of Abhinaya pieces like Padam, Javali, Ashtapati, and of course the Tilana, Shlokam, and Mangalam. I will briefly explain the invocatory items, a very few interesting facts about them. Alaripa, the earliest mention of Alaripa came in texts like Shuddhananda Prakasham, and the architect of the Alaripa is said to be Bharatam Kashinataya of the 17th century. The term Alaripa has come from Alar, Alaru, or Alarpu, And the item as such is said to resemble the blooming of a flower, with the movements of the angas, pratyangas, and all coming out, unfolding very slowly and beautifully. And Alaripur, today we see a lot of dancers experimenting with this form, especially with the presentation and also the tadam. We know that the Sollukattis are recited and sometimes sung. Next, we go to the Pushpanjali. Literally, it means offering of flowers. The item in general is supposed to personify the dancer herself, offering her dance with all humility and prayer to the deity. So that is Pushpanjali. And then we come to the Tode Mangalam. Tode Mangalam is a set of songs usually sung to give an auspicious, a mangalam. So auspicious welcome to a deity. The lyrics usually contain a description of the beautiful form as well as the valorous deeds of the deity. And it ends with prayers and salutations. The stanzas are juxtaposed with short jatis in between. I'm sure many of you would have learned the Tode Mangalam Jai Janaki Ramana. Now, as we were looking up the Tode Mangalam, we came across a very interesting fact that we thought we could share with you. It is interesting to note that Jai Janaki Ramana is a song that has been compiled from several different songs. For example, the first stanza, Jai Janaki, is composed by Bhadradri Ramadas. Sharanu Sharanu and Murahara Nakadara are taken from two songs composed by Annamacharya. And Devesha Ganaradhita and Madhava Bhavatu are derived from two songs composed by Vijay Gopalaswamy. So that is about the Tode Mangalam. And now comes the Mallari. Mallari is an item that has been derived from the temple ritualistic tradition. We know that it comes from the Nadaswaram tradition, the tradition of playing the Nadaswaram when the deity is taken out on procession from the sanctum. There are solas or rhythmic syllables which are usually set to one specific talam and played in three different speeds, which is the three basic speeds, Vilamba, Madhyama, and Durita. Usually it is in Ragam Gambhira Nande. Gambhira because it denotes valor or the majestic persona of the deity. And this ragam has only 5 swaras. Now the number 5 has a very important place in the Agama tradition. Shiva is worshipped as the Panchabhuta, doing the Panchakriya. So probably that is why this, raga with 5 swaras has been chosen for the Mallari. There are different kinds of Mallaris, of which the most commonly performed and played is the Chinna Mallari. All other Mallaris are played for specific occasions. The
Periya or Purappadu Mallari.
This is played on festive occasions, especially the 5th day of the temple festival.
Taligai Mallari.
A Mallari that's played when the Naivedyam is offered to the deity.
Tirtha Mallari.
When the deity is taken for the Thirumanjanam or the holy dip, this Mallari is played.
Kumbha or Kalasha Mallari.
During the consecration ceremony of a temple or the Kumbhavishekam, when the Kumbham or the Kalasham is carried to the top of the Gopuram, this Mallari is played.
Ter Mallari.
Played when the deity is taken out on the chariot. So in Vaishnava temples, there is also the Palliyare Mallari. That is the playing of a Mallari when the Lord is taken to the Palliyare at the end of the day. The Nadaswara Vidwans usually play the Mallari in the following speed structure.
They start with Madhyama Kala and then Durita Kala. Then they start all over again from slow speed, which is Vilamba, Madhya, Madhyama, Durita, and then they do Tishra and end in Madhyama Kala. Unlike the Bharatanatyam way of doing, which is very simple. We start with first speed, second speed, third speed, and sometimes Tishra.
there is a unique Pancharatna Mallari that has been composed by Nadaswara Vidwan Shri Kulikkarai Pichayappa Pillai. And it's unique because Shri Adan Koil Selvarathinam has composed Sahityam corresponding to the swaras of this Mallari. Now we will demonstrate a simple Mallari in Tishra Triputa Talam set to Gambhira Nata Ragam, and this is followed by a Ganesha Vandana Shloka.
We now move on to Jatiswaram. I'm sorry, you must be wondering why I'm watching this, because we want to keep track of time and want to share all that we want to in this 1 hour. So we have written down the script, and on and off we will be looking at the script and reading it for you. I hope you don't mind that. Thank you. Jatiswaram. As the name suggests, Jatiswaram is a combination of Jati and Swaram. The Swarams are sung repeatedly and several rhythmic patterns are woven into it. We have tried a few Jatiswarams, but one of our favorites is the Rasika Priya Jatiswaram set to Adithalam. This is a composition of violin maestro Lalgudi Sri G. Jayaraman. Nama Ramayana Jatiswaram. We have taken few verses from the Nama Ramayanam and interspersed between the code wise. Presenting Rasika Priya Jatiswaram. This Jathaswaram was intended for an intermediate group of students. Next, we move on to the Kavutvam. A Kavutvam or a Kavitvam is a ritualistic dance, generally a combination of solukatu or rhythmic syllables and meaningful words or phrases in praise of a deity. Kautvams were recited in the temples to ward off the evil eye. The famous Navasandhi Kautvams were performed by the Rudrakanikas or Devadasis while the god is being taken on a procession in the Prakaram. This was dance to propitiate the deities of the different directions, namely Brahma, Indra, Agni, Yama, Varuna, Nirudhi, Vayu, Kubera, and Ishanya. I shall be doing a short Trinyana Samandar Kautvam, which is part of the Panchamurti Kautvam. One, two, three, four. To this Tirigyasamandar Gautam, we've added a Thevaram in praise of Lord Shiva, composed by the saint Tirigyasamandar.
So after the Kautvam, generally we have the Shabdam in the repertoire where Abhinaya first enters the Marga. We're not going to go into detail for the Shabdam because of time constraint. Straight away we're going to go into the Varnam, which is the central piece of a Marga. The Varnam, the term, means color. It has all the elements of Bharatanatyam in equal proportion, giving ample scope for rhythmic exploration as well as Abhinaya. Now, it is also the most challenging piece for a dancer in terms of creativity and stamina. The Varnam has two parts, the Purvangam and the Uttarangam. And the main sthai is usually Shringara and sometimes Bhakti. The first half starts with the Pallavi and Anupallavi ends with the Muktaiswaram and Sahityam. Second half contains the Charanam, Charanaswarams and Sahityams. The Varnam usually starts with a Trikala Jadi, ends in an Ardi. All Jadis have to end in an Ardi. Now, there is a certain, when we get into the Abhinaya part of a Varnam, there is a certain technique or a pattern that is to be followed while doing Abhinaya. We are going to talk a little bit about that. Now, there are three methods of doing Abhinaya. Padartha, which literally means word-to-word interpretation of the lyric. Vakyartha, which means interpreting the meaning of the complete sentence of the lyric, thereby giving it a slightly wider context. And the third is Sanchari. Now, Sanchari is a term that has come from the root called Sanchara, meaning to travel or to navigate. So, this is a technique that came in much later into the Varnam. Srikanth says that 35 years ago, when he learned the Kamas Varnam Manavi from his guru, Vandanallur Sri Shanmugasundar Pillai, there was no Sanchari. It was only Padartham and Vakyartham. Now, sometimes the artist in a Sanchari alludes to a situation or a story that is parallel to his or her situation in order to convey the meaning of the lyric in a much better manner or a deeper, to give the audience a deeper understanding of the lines. So, Srikanth, will you elaborate on that?
Yeah, and stop saying like years and all because they're going to start guessing my age. Okay, jokes apart. Why follow this pattern of Padartha, Vakyartha and Sanchari? To start with, we perform to an audience, mostly 60 to 70% of them are not quite familiar with the idiom of Bharatanatyam. So first what they hear is the music and then comes the lyrics. If it is in their mother tongue, they get the meaning and the words immediately. If it is familiar language, then they try to understand the meaning and the words. So I think it is our utmost responsibility to start with Padartha Vinaya, where you dissect the sentence into words and interpret using hastas or mudras. Secondly, we move on to the Vakyartha. As she said, you take the entire line, take the mood or the emotion of the entire line and interpret. By now, the audience are in sync with you, hopefully. And to sort of reinforce the emotion that you're portraying, you take up a story. It could be of different types. It could be a first person narrative where you talk about your own experience or reminisce about the past and then like explain to the audience and sort of connect. Or you take up a sanchari or a story that is completely outside the context from a mythology or a legend.
But it should be parallel to the situation that is being portrayed.
So there are three important aspects I think we have to remember. One is the sthai. As you all know, sthai is a basic mood that we have to maintain of the varnam. Whatever is the sthai, suppose it's bhakti, you have to find a sanchari which has a similar sthai. Number two is find a story that is sort of that goes parallel to what you're saying. I'm just going to give you a short example, a small example. Suppose you're doing Swami Nanandanadime Endru Ulagamellam Ariyume. The entire world knows that I've surrendered to you, my Lord, the devotee says. So it is ideal to pick up a sanchari like Markandeya or Kannapanayana, which again sort of deals with this devotee and God. So it will be a perfect fit for this.
Total surrender in bhakti. So that is the core of the Varnam. And so find a story or a legend that establishes or reinstates that core.
And the third important point I feel is like stick to one particular character. That is the important character. You are a devotee. You portray yourself as a devotee of Lord Shiva. Take up that role. Suppose you're doing Markandeya, do the entire Sanchari revolving around that, revolving around this main person. You can probably go out a little bit, maybe do a little bit of Yama and come back to Markandeya so that the story gets established a little more clearly. But if you stick to one particular character, the audience are able to understand and sort of relate to it and don't get confused. In due course. And the third one I wanted to share with you is this is something that I learned from my guru, Dr. Padma Subramaniam, where to start and where to end a sanchari. I think this is very important and very crucial, I think. She says, real talent or skill of a dancer lies in communicating an idea in a nutshell. He or she should be able to get across the idea in less than 2 to 3 avartanams. That's where your skill lies. Anybody can keep elaborating, like for example, Bhavyami, you can do for hours together and either you bore the audience or you can do it for 20 minutes and then get to the point straight. So there's one more thing I want to say, where to start in this. I'll give you a small example where the central character is goddess Meenakshi of Madurai. Mate Malay Dvaja Pandya Samjate, Harikeshanalur Mutya Bhagavatar's Daruvarnam, Matanga Vadana Guha. One who's the mother of the elephant-headed god Ganesha and Muruga, and also this says the daughter of King Malayadvaja and Queen Kanchanamala. We probably can start a sanchari with Kanchanamala's agony over not having a girl child, and the king and the queen decide to do the Putra Kameshtiyagam. There appears the young, beautiful Meenakshi with 3 breasts, and they hear a divine voice saying, when she finds her beloved, the third one will vanish. I think that is a good enough perfect fit as a sanchari. The character is the same, goddess Meenakshi, but the varnam is different and the sthai is different. Angayar Kanni Anandam Kondale, Vendru Vetri Vage Sudinale, Ratha Gaja Thurakamudan. The basic emotion or sthai is Veera Rasa or valor, where you don't have to necessarily start from Queen Kanchanamala's anguish. Probably we can start with young Meenakshi, who's adept in academics, arts, and warfare and everything. And when King asks her that she should get married. She says that she would do the Digvijayam, conquer the 8 directions, and then come back and get married. And finally, she goes to Mount Kailash to defeat Lord Shiva. This can be the thing. The character is the same, but according to the sai, according to the meaning, we can probably interpret or like probably edit it a little bit so that it is clear and to the point. With those few words, I'm going to do a small sanchari from one of my all-time favorites, Amma Anandadayini Varnam. Shri Kishore Mosalikanti did mention about this Varnam. It is one of our favorite Varnams as well. I'll be doing the sanchari of Mahakavi Kalidasa, simpleton turning into Mahakavi Kalidasa with the blessings of Goddess Kali.
So, apart from the Varnam, one of the other pieces that is often performed as the main piece is the Swarajati. The architect of the Swarajati is Melatur Veerabhadreya, who composed the famous Hussaini Swarajati. Apart from that, the Shyama Shastri, one of the Trinity, and the Tanjore Quartet have also contributed to the genre. The pattern between the Varnam and the Swarajati is almost the same, except that apart from the Swarams and the Sahityam, the Sholakata is also sung. There are rhythmic syllables which match the Swaras, and they are also sung in the Swarajati. Next, we go to the second half of the Margam, which normally has or starts off with Abhinaya pieces like Padam, Javali, Ashtapadi, etc. Now, Padam, literally meaning word, these are songs, love songs that can be tuned and performed. This has a lot of scope for Abhinaya. Mostly padams are in Shringaram, but there are bhakti padams as well, especially the Dasaru padams, and which came forth from the bhakti movement of the 15th century. Later on, we have composers like Annamaya and Kshetraya, where the focus shifted to love, Shringara, and the Naika combinations, where the poets used regional languages and simple life-like situations to communicate eternal truths. So we will now see a padam. Now padams today have become very complex and descriptive pieces where you use a lot of similes and metaphors. Now we'll see a padam by Subramaiar, by Dishuran Kovil Subramaiar, set to Ragam Pantuvarali and Mishra Chapatalam. Netru Varen Yendru. So in the Pallavi, the heroine says to her friend, the Sakhi, Netru Varen Yendru. He told me he would come yesterday, but still there is no sign of him. What could be the reason? And here, I'm going to use a metaphor that is of a seed. When the heroine first sees the hero, she felt something that she compares to a seed, which she secretly nurtures with thoughts and longing of the Lord. It gradually sprouts into a leaf, to a plant, and similarly her love grows. You could call it a simile as well. So as the plant grows and blooms into a big tree, so does her love. So we'll see this padam, which I shall be demonstrating.
We now move on to the Javali. The term Javali could have come from Marathi or Kannada word Javadi, which means the gesture of eyes in a language of love. Javalis are fast-paced numbers, and traditionally the dancer begins with a Netra Binayam. Javalis talk about love that is worldly and human. Sometimes Javalis can be sensuous and erotic in content. Incidentally, I would like to share a very interesting point here. Um, as mentioned earlier, I belong to the Bhagavatamela family, and we do these 12 plays by Venkatrama Shastri every year during Narasimha Jayanti. And one of the plays, to welcome King Bhishmaka onto the courtesans are dancing, and the charanam of the Patra Pravesha Daru has this line which says, చెలులు పదజావళిలో భరతనాట్యము లాట. So there is a mention of Javali, Padams, and even the term Bharatanatyam, which, as we all know, early
it was only much later that H.E.A.R.T actually formulated in the 1930s that the term from Sadir to Bharatanatyam came into being. But it is very strange that when we read about this in Venkatrama Shastri's play, as Srikanth said, it was really an amazing thing to discover for us. So we thought we would share that with you. And after this, in the second half of the Margam, normally we have Kirtanam or Kriti. Kirtanam is a song that generally praises the deity. And Kriti is a shorter version of Kirtanam, except that sometimes it may have a Samashti Charanam. And then we find Ashtapadi becoming very popular these days. Ashtapadi is a much later addition to the Margam. It was not there in the Tanjore quartet Margam at all. Ashtapadi, as we all know, comes from Jayadeva's great composition Geeta Govindam, and very often we wonder why this exuberance of eroticism in the lyrics, but it is important to understand that even in this religious text there is so much of eroticism because it is only being used as a metaphor for the Jivatma's yearning for the Paramatma. So Radha's love, passionate love towards Krishna, is actually the Jivatma or the devotee's yearning to be united with the supreme power. So that is about the Ashtapadi. Due to time constraint, we cannot go into detail about each of these, though we would love to on a different occasion. And we now come to the Tilana. Now, what is Tilana? It's a very fast-paced rhythmic number which marks a grand finale for the entire kacheri. And it has mathematical calculations, beautiful poses, geometrical patterns in the adabus. So there is ample scope for the dancer to literally explore the space as well.
In one of our productions, Shanmatam, based on Adi Shankaracharya's philosophy, we thought we should do something more meaningful and not just use a random tilana and end the production. So we have our music composer has composed a new tilana in the Ragam Behag, for which we added Todakashtakam, like the way you
saw the Nama Ramayanam interspersed in the Jatiswara.
A similar pattern we followed in this Tilana, using Todakashtakam as a fitting tribute to Adi Shankaracharya's Shanmatam production.
Now, why we are mentioning these is we also said we would be talking about the possibilities of the Margam. So a Tilana need not be restricted to just, so if the occasion demands, you can actually explore the Jatiswaram in this way. You can actually explore the Tilana in this manner. So this comes from our personal experience, which we thought is important to share. Now, there are some other pieces, compositions that have come from the folk tradition, like the Kavadi Chinda, the Kuratti, the snake dance or the Pambatam, and the Mailatam, the peacock dance. Then there is the Talata, the lullaby. These are all pieces that used to be performed at one occasion or the other as part of the Margam, though we do not do them anymore as often. And finally, the Margam ends with the Mangalam, a prayer.
I'm sure many of you dancers know most of these information, but what I would like to share here is that, like, as I said earlier, do retain the grammar, do understand the meaning of the song that you're portraying, have an in-depth understanding of the lyric music before you venture into anything, and do at least like 10 to 12 magams before you venture into something novel. Don't create something for the sake of being different. Namaskaram.
That was so beautiful, Anna Naka. And one of the things that I really liked the way that you stated was, for me, it was very interesting to know more about. Can you actually? Yeah, there you go. I can see both of you now. It was very interesting for me to know a little bit more about the history behind each of these pieces. And I think like seeing everything collectively at once and as you talked about it really gives us an even more appreciation for historically and like the history behind each piece and how it all comes together. And when all the solo performers and all the serious performers that are watching, I think just like you said, Anna, like it's so important for us to remember where these come from and the history behind them, because that's what makes you they're not just pieces, they're not just techniques or like a set of steps that are put together. It's a lot more than that. And that's the beauty about Indian classical dance form and also Bharatanatyam, is that they have so much of history and thought and research and everything put behind them. So that's the magnitude of the art form is just immense. So I really appreciate you sharing this with us. Thank you so much, both of you. Yeah, I had some questions for you. I thought actually of talking to you a little bit, maybe like sharing a little bit more experience about your experience with the Bhagavad Mela, when you were performing over there. It would be really nice to know. So can you just briefly talk about that?
Okay, as you all know, or many of you know, Bhagavat Mela tradition has come from Andhra Pradesh. It's a Telugu community dance tradition performed by Bhagavatars or Brahmins. During particular time, there was floods or famine, and the artisans have to move out of that particular area. Kuchipudi village is what they say. We really don't know the origin. So they moved out of that place and came to Tanjore and performed in the courts of Maratha. And the king was so appreciative of the art, and he wanted the art form to flourish in his kingdom. And so he gifted a village to these set of 501 Brahmins, a house and a cow and a well and a little bit of money and everything. And he wanted the art to be propagated and like flourish in his kingdom. That's how this tradition was brought to Tamil Nadu. And Venkatrama Shastri is the composer. At least, see, the Bhagavad Mela Natakams happen in like, at least used to happen in 6 villages in and around 10 kilometer diameter of Tanjavur belt, in and around Tanjavur. But currently, like, there are, I think, 3 or 4 places where it is performed consistently. And we from Melatur Lakshmi Narasimha Jayanti Bhagavata Mela Nati Nadaga Sangam, and it's headed by my guru, Bharatam Sangeet Academy awardee, Guru Shri S. Natarajan sir. We follow the compositions of Venkatrama Shastri. He's supposed to have written 12 plays. Most of it is based on Bhagavatam. Out of the 12, we have already staged 11. The 12th one is yet to be staged. It's quite interesting, and we do the same. We repeat certain dance dramas year after year, and only men take part, and they do the role of females for various reasons, which is going to take another like hour if I start explaining. So I belonged to that family, and my father, when I was like a small child, he just said, like, said like just accept him, and my guru graciously accepted me, Natarajan sir, and started teaching me since then. And at the age of 12, I'm just sharing this because these are something very important. As you said, it's for the youngsters and next generation. This is something that I really feel that I can be proud of. At the age of 12, my father gave a promise, like literally took my hand and placed it on the person who gets into trance during Abhishekam, and gave a promise that my son would perform as long as he's alive in whatever manner he could contribute, he would. So that's a promise I keep up till today with his grace again. I don't accept any shows during May. It is reserved for my Swami, Narasimha at Melatour. And I have specialized in doing female roles in that. Yes.
Yeah, that is just so incredible to hear. And I think the overall message that you had too for us, it's something where everyone that's watching and everyone that's going to be watching this, I think we're all very privileged in this generation to have this opportunity. It's kind of a joke, but people here in the United States, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, like everything is, like we're wreaking havoc and everything is going crazy here. People in Europe are also like suffering a lot, but right now, like artists, it's like, oh, we're going live, we're going to be sharing this, we're going to be performing this. So for me, I think it's been a very interesting experience to be able to watch everyone perform and learn more, use this as a time to really absorb as much as we can. And we're very privileged as this generation to have this information. And I really appreciate how you we're very systematic about how you approach the subject that you have chosen, and how you have like flown through it. The flow of it was just really, really beautiful. And that's the feedback that we got from a lot of the viewers as well. Like, it was a beautiful explanation. It was very inspiring. This actually makes me, and I'm sure everybody else too, to really think about like, what is the history behind the pieces that we're performing? Because I think it enhances your performance, and you should have that knowledge as an artist. I have a question for Akka too. I know it's getting late, but I have so much that I want to ask both of you, and your performance was just so. Can you talk a little bit about your writing? And there was a mention that it has enhanced your dancing ability too. Like they're related. It's also an art. So having both of them together, I think, and being able to be good at both of them, and you're also a proficient dancer in many other dance forms too. So I think that's a very unique and incredible achievement. So can you talk a little bit about the writing aspect? Because I think that's something very unique.
Well, I can't put any claims and say that I've written books, but I've definitely written articles based on my experience of working with this art. Now, art, basically, I feel that especially fine arts are all connected. So to be a good dancer, you need to have some amount of understanding of literature as well. So I read a lot, and that helps me. And that helps me interpret meanings well. That helps me choose good works to be interpreted into dance. So that literature backing has definitely helped me as an artist. So otherwise, I like to share my experiences, especially I live in Kerala, where we have a totally different, of course, it's a land that is rich with culture and heritage and all that. But when it comes to classical dance, we still have certain stigmas here. So in order to change that, there is this trend of competitions, youth festivals. I don't know if you've heard about it, but Kerala is known for this. So for the last 10 years, Srikanth and I have been working very hard to change the mindset and to tell people that it's important to learn the art just for the sake of learning and understanding and loving it, rather than just competing and winning prizes. So I use my writing as a tool to create that awareness. That's all.
That is so beautifully explained. And I think that we'll talk a little bit more about this in just a minute, but I think that that's a very powerful and very meaningful message to everyone in our generation. We all get so caught up, and that's kind of the theme that all three of the presenters today talked about. You know, we're full of fire, and we have this wanting to achieve something, wanting to establish and make a name for ourselves, that we forget that it's about the art. It's not really about the individual and about ourselves. So I really appreciate you sharing that, because I think that's a very important message to everyone. I have a few rapid fire questions. They're just for fun. They're kind of like a mix. I don't know if you watched the session previously, but it'll be a combination. Yeah, it'll be a combination of some fun questions and then some more serious questions as well. So
and you will for sure get only fun answers.
okay.
Not serious.
Okay, so let's start with Anna and then we'll go to Akka. So if you could trade lives with anyone for one day, who would it be and why?
My guru, Dr. Padmavani, I think she's just amazing. Not just a dancer or a composer or a choreographer. She's much more than that. That again, as I said, like, you know, it will take days for me to talk about her if I start talk about my guru, because she's such a complete personality that I wouldn't mind trying one day. You know, like taking her role.
Yeah. Akka, if you could talk in your sleep, what would you say? What is one thing? You could talk in your sleep. If you had something to say, what would you say?
Talk in my sleep? Okay, don't wake me up. I want to sleep more.
Okay. I thought you were going to say, like, oh, maybe I could recite a Jati or something.
Oh, that I just want to quickly interrupt and say that is the difference between Aswathy and me. Okay, all I can think of is music, dance, music, dance, music, dance. The world revolves around that. But Aswathy has like varied interests. So like dance is one among them. Of course, like probably in the first one or two, but definitely there are other things. So yes, go ahead.
Okay, enough for you. What is the first thing you do when you get up in the morning?
Oh God, I have to go for my morning walk.
Okay.
Or can I skip my morning walk today?
Akka, what is your favorite quote?
My favorite quote. Oh my God, I have so many, but right now what comes into my mind is Martin Luther King, who said, what are you doing for others right now is the most important question.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And actually leads into the second question. Enough for you. If you could get yourself anything, what would you get?
Get myself something.
Yeah.
Lots of clothes. I love shopping. I want to wear new clothes every day, every hour.
Akka, if you were stuck on an island and you could take only two objects with you, what would you take and why?
I know the answer.
A book and maybe water. We need that to survive.
Yeah. Okay, Anna, what is the worst place you could get stuck? I have so many answers for that question.
A place where there's nobody knows about music and dance. That can be the worst thing. Nightmare for me. Because I will not have anything to converse with anyone.
Yeah. And then the last question for you, Akka, where would you go if you were invisible?
If I was invisible,
Yes.
You wouldn't know. No one would know.
I'm supposed to answer, not you.
Go ahead.
I would go inside the, the Harry Potter ride at Universal and then see how they're doing all this. That would be fun.
Yeah, it's a cool ride. And you can play tricks on everyone that's in the ride too. That would be fun. But I think, like I said, we're very, very privileged to have you here today. Just to conclude, what is your final message? I know we talked about it, but just your final message for everyone that's, we still have a lot of people watching actually. And for our generation and for us to propagate this art further with the next generation, what is your message?
First of all, We just shared whatever little knowledge that we have gained over the years from our gurus, experience, observation, and so on. We are not authority to talk about anything, like talk about a particular subject, and I don't believe in advice personally. And this generation is just amazing. They're so focused and they're brilliant. They work really hard. They know for sure there's no easy way out, because at one point of time there were only like a handful of people, legends, and then like at our time there are about like 30, 40 performing artists. Now some 300 to 3,000 performing artists. Unless you work hard, unless you research thoroughly, unless you put in your heart and soul into it, you're not going to get anywhere. All this is fine, but my only thing is, like, don't um, suppress, or like, don't put down someone, and don't grab other people's opportunity. You try hard and you find your way. As simple as that.
Well, when you are an artist, first thing I would always remember is that I learned the hard way. And so it's important to remember art is not about instant gratification. Do not look for instant gratification. You have to work hard. It will come. Success or whatever you want, your satisfaction will come. But you have to keep working. Do not look like how I find that the younger generation has the attention span is very, very limited. They want everything quickly because information is at their fingertips now. Now, everything is at their fingertips. Everything happens in seconds. But that is not so with art. You have to work, and it's a slow and steady process. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, beautifully said, beautifully articulated. Once again, thank you so much. I know it's getting late for you there, but it was such a privilege to have you on board with us today. And thank you so much again for being a part of
Thank you,
this.
Pranamya.
Thank you, Pranamya.
It was a pleasure and learning experience for us too. Thank you. Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
viewers.
Thank you, viewers.
Everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
So just to conclude, I think this was a really eye-opener and a refreshing session for everyone that was watching today. One of the couple of the things that really stood out to me was the importance of a guru, and I think that's something that we should all keep in mind. For me, it was very touching to hear about the experiences, and you could see the love that each of the performers had for their gurus. You could see when Kishore uncle was talking about Master Garu, and then Sujatha ma'am was talking about her guru, and also Srikanth and Aswathy akka, like when they were talking about their gurus and their training and their experience. And that's something that we really have to keep in mind. I'm very blessed and very fortunate to have, like, this is something that I think about. One of the things that came to my mind when I was reading that question, what is the first thing that you do when you get up in the morning? I think about my gurus, and it may sound cheesy, but it's true. They're, my mom is my guru, and Kishore uncle is my guru, and Padma Shri Dr. Shobha Naidu is my guru. And usually I have a message or something from them. That's the first thing I see when I get up in the morning. And there isn't a day that I'm so grateful and so thankful to them. And I think hearing everything, learning about everyone's experiences today, that really made me realize even more how privileged we are in this generation to have the resources that we do, and to have the people that have so beautifully laid out the knowledge and the choreographies and everything for us in order for us to thrive. So we should, as the next upcoming generation, we should try to use this to the best of our abilities. We should try to do it with a unified approach. Art is not something, it's bigger than the individual, like we talked about earlier, and we should all try to work together, work in a positive way in order to propagate it. And when we're genuine to it, like Sujatha ma'am said, and when we have the right appreciation for it, like Kishore Garu said, and when we do the right research, and when we have the right motives, like both Srikanth and Akka said, and Aswathy Akka said, then the art is what's what propagates. So I think those are all very beautiful messages for us, and I'm so pleased and I'm so privileged today to be a part of this, and that it has turned out into this beautiful experience where we learned so much from every one of them. So I would just like to end today's series with a short video by Sri Kishore Mosalikanti. He had actually choreographed this Guru Stuti for his guru, and I thought it would be great. I initially thought about playing this earlier, but because of the little bit of a time constraint, and I thought maybe, since we kind of talked about everything, it would be a nice way to conclude this. So we'll conclude with this. Thank you everyone for watching again, and we'll see you next time.
Gurum Tamoharam Sakala Jnanakaram Gurum Tamoharam Sakala Jnanakaram Gurum Tamoharam Sakala Jnanakaram Varam Prabhakaram Vibhuda Vidyakaram Varam Prabhakaram Vibhuda Vidyakaram Guru Tamoharam Sakala Jnanakaram Guru Tamoharam Sakala Jnanakaram Varam Prabhakaram Vibhuda Vidyakaram Varam Prabhakaram Vibhuda Vidyakaram Shishya Vijnana Bhaskaram Shishya Vijnana Bhaskaram Kamaharam Shubhakaram Akalangamakaram Shishya Vijnana Bhaskaram 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 Shishya Vijnana Shishya Vijnana Bhaskaram Shishya Vijnana Bhaskaram Tamaharam Shubhakaram Akalangamakaram Akaram Parimanadayakam Parinamakaram Parimanadayakam Vibhuda Sandhayakam Akhilatimirakam Vibhuda Sandhayakam Akhilatimirakam Nasya Vinyasakam Gunaganayam Kritam Samshaya Vishodhitam Gunaganayam Kritam Samshaya Vishodhitam Ishakti Sayutam Shanta Swantam Tam Shanta Swantam Tam Shanta Swantam Tam Vimala Bhasura Natya Visharadam Gurum Satyamanisha Spurita Natya Vilasa Nishesha Satvikam Mamaka Janma Sanchita Purakrita Punya Vishesha Khalakam Anjalim 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 भक्तिपूरितम् अञ्जलिम् अर्पयामि गुणभाष्पहृदं कर गुरुभ्यो